Welcome back to another story on Gringotts Hub. This time, we're bringing you, Harry found the secret Founder's Vault at age 6 containing 45 Lordship rings Dumbledore had buried since his birth. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The garden and the ground. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular kind of silence that comes from trying very hard not to exist. Harry Potter was 6 years old and very good at not existing. He'd had years of practice. You learned quickly in the Dursley house that the best version of yourself was the invisible one, the one that finished chores before being asked, that ate whatever was left over without comment, that slept curled on his too small cot and didn't dream too loudly. Aunt Petunia had once told him that his mother had been a freak, and that freakishness was catching, like a cold, and that she would not, absolutely would not, have it in her house. Harry didn't know what a freak was, exactly. But he knew it was him. It was a Tuesday in July when everything changed, and it started, as most important things in Harry's life started, with Dudley. Dudley Dursley was large in the way that boulders are large, not impressive so much as simply taking up space that other things might have used. He was 8 years old and had recently discovered that Harry couldn't tell Aunt Petunia when Dudley hit him because Aunt Petunia already knew and didn't much care. This discovery had made Dudley bold in the way that only children who've never faced a consequence can be bold. That Tuesday, Dudley wanted the garden. Not any specific part of the garden. All of it. He'd decided he was going to practice football and he needed every inch of the Dursley back garden to do it properly, and Harry was sitting near the flower bed pulling weeds, which was his job, his assigned Tuesday chore, and Dudley decided that Harry being there was an inconvenience he didn't have to tolerate. "Get out," Dudley said. Harry kept pulling weeds. He'd found that if he just stayed quiet and kept working, Dudley sometimes got bored and wandered off. This was not one of those times. The football connected with Harry's left shoulder and knocked him sideways into the flower bed, and before Harry could get his bearings, Dudley was standing over him with the particular expression he wore when he'd already decided how something was going to go. "I said get out." Harry stood up. There was mud on his elbow and his shoulder ached and there was a very specific feeling rising in his chest, something hot and coiled and entirely too large for a 6-year-old's ribcage. He'd felt it before. Usually it made things happen. Last time it had made Dudley's hair turn blue for a week, which had caused the kind of household chaos that Harry still wasn't entirely sure had been worth it. He breathed it down. Pressed it flat. Looked at Dudley the way you'd look at weather, something to be noted and waited out. "I have to finish the weeds," Harry said. His voice was very calm. Even at 6, Harry had a voice that landed quietly and stayed there. "Your mum told me to." "I don't care," Dudley said, and shoved him. Harry went backwards through the garden gate. The gate that led to the small strip of wild space behind the proper garden, the bit that Uncle Vernon had always said wasn't worth maintaining, hemmed in on 3 sides by the back fence and the shed and an ancient apple tree that had stopped producing apples sometime before Harry was born. Nobody went back there. It was just dead grass and old roots and the particular melancholy of neglected places. Harry hit the ground hard enough to knock the breath out of him. The gate swung shut. He lay there for a moment, staring up at the apple tree. The sky behind it was that specific shade of washed-out blue that English summer afternoons do so well, pale and distant, like it had better things to think about. His shoulder throbbed. His palms were scraped. The hot coiled thing in his chest was still there, and he wasn't pushing it down anymore because there was no one here to see it and nowhere for it to go. He pressed his hand flat against the ground to push himself up. And the ground pressed back. Not like an earthquake. Not like anything dramatic. More like something very old waking up slowly, the way a person wakes up when they've been asleep for a long time and they're not quite sure if they're ready to be awake but they're not quite asleep anymore either. A pulse. One slow, deep pulse, like a heartbeat, moving up through the dead grass and the dry earth and directly into Harry's palm. Harry went very still. He was 6 years old and he had already learned that still was safer than moving in situations you didn't understand. Another pulse. And then another, and this time he could feel it, not just in his hand but all the way up his arm, into his chest, where it met the hot coiled thing, and the two of them recognized each other the way two candle flames recognize each other across a dark room. Harry pressed his hand harder against the ground. Something opened. Not physically, not at first. It was more like a door he hadn't known existed suddenly having a handle, and the handle being warm, and the warmth meaning yes, this is yours, you can open it. He felt it in that wordless way children sometimes feel things before language catches up, pure sensation translated directly into understanding. The ground knew him. The ground had been waiting for him. The ground was not just ground. He started digging with his hands without fully deciding to. The grass came up in chunks, dry and easy, and the soil beneath was dark, darker than it should have been, darker than the rest of the garden's pale chalky earth, rich and black and somehow intentional. He dug for 10 minutes and his hands hit stone. Smooth stone, perfectly flat, like the lid of something. He cleared around it and found edges, a rectangle, maybe 2 feet by 3, set flush with the earth as though it had been placed there with great care by someone who wanted it to be found only by the right hands. There were symbols carved around the edges. Harry couldn't read them. He was 6 and his school attendance was whatever the Dursleys needed it to be around their own schedules, so he was behind where he should have been in normal reading, let alone whatever language this was. But he understood the symbols the way he understood the pulse, directly, in the chest, without words. They said, this is not for everyone. But it is for you. He put both palms flat on the stone lid. The symbols lit up gold. Then red. Then blue. Then green. Then silver, a silver so bright it was almost white, searing clean and cold, and Harry had to close his eyes against it, and even behind his closed eyelids it blazed, and the pulse in the ground became a roar, became a song, became something so vast and old he felt simultaneously terrified and more at home than he had ever felt in the cupboard under the stairs. The stone slid aside. The vault beneath was not large. It was the size of a wardrobe, perfectly cylindrical, the walls smooth pale stone with those symbols running in continuous lines around, and in the center, set into a plinth of dark wood that looked as old as the symbols themselves, were the rings. 45 of them. They were arranged in concentric circles on the plinth, smallest to largest, some gold, some silver, some set with stones that caught the light coming down from the opening above and threw it back in colors Harry had no names for. They were not simply jewelry. Even at 6, even without language for it, Harry understood that these objects had weight beyond their physical selves. Each one sat in its place on the plinth like a word in a sentence, meaningful, specific, placed with intention. He climbed down. The vault was deep enough that his feet touched the earthen floor and the stone rim was at his chest level. He stood in front of the plinth and looked at the rings, and the rings looked back at him in the particular way that things with long memories look at people they've been waiting for. The largest ring, gold, set with a ruby so deep it was almost black, surrounded by interlocked serpents and a lion and an eagle and a badger rendered in such fine detail they looked like they might move, that ring left its place on the plinth and floated to him. No dramatics. No fanfare. Just the quiet confidence of something that knows exactly what it's doing. It settled on his right index finger. It was enormous on him, a grown man's ring on a 6-year-old's hand, and then it wasn't, because it resized with a warmth that felt like approval, and when it fit him Harry felt something click into place in the center of himself the way the last piece of a puzzle clicks, not forceful, just right. Then the next ring came. And the next. They didn't all come at once. It wasn't a flood or a frenzy. They came one by one, each taking a moment, each introducing itself in that wordless vocabulary of sensation. Some were warm. One was cool and electric, like touching a doorknob in winter. One vibrated at a frequency that Harry felt behind his teeth. One settled onto his finger and he was suddenly absolutely certain, with a conviction he couldn't explain to himself, that he was the most protected person in the world. By the time all 45 had settled, distributed across his fingers and he somehow had enough fingers, though later he would understand that some rings were metaphysical rather than physical, that, wearing a lordship ring was about something deeper than jewelry. The light in the vault had changed. It had gone from the pale blue of English afternoon to something amber and interior, like firelight, like the vault itself was breathing. And then he heard the voice. Not a voice from someone present. A voice like a letter being read aloud, layered, for distinct tones woven together, two men and two women, speaking in unison with the particular care of people who had practiced saying something very important. "We have waited," the voice said, "a considerable time." Harry sat down on the earthen floor of the vault because his legs thought that was the sensible thing to do. "You are the heir of all four," the voice continued, and there was something in the layered tone, not surprise exactly, more like deep satisfaction, the satisfaction of a long calculation arriving at the correct answer. "We did not expect this would be possible. We hoped. That is a different thing." "Who are you?" Harry asked. His voice was steady. Later in his life people would remark on this, the child's steadiness in the face of impossible things, and Harry would never be able to explain that steadiness adequately because the truth was that impossible things had always felt more honest to him than the carefully constructed normalcy of the Dursley house. "We are echoes," the voice said. "Memories pressed into stone and gold. What you hear is what we chose to leave. My name," and here the four voices separated briefly, "is Godric. Helga. Rowena. Salazar." Harry looked at the ring on his right index finger. The one with the lion and the eagle and the badger and the serpent. "Hogwarts," he said. "The school came later," said the voice that was Rowena, clear and precise. "We were before the school. The magic was before everything. It has been looking for a proper home. And it has found one," said Godric, warm and direct. "The rings have a function beyond inheritance," said Salazar, and his tone was exactly what Harry would always imagine, measured, intelligent, precise without being cold. "They carry knowledge. Magic embedded in gold, in stone, in the spaces between atoms. What we knew, what we built, what we discovered, it is yours now. But it will not come all at once. You are young. The magic will give you what you can hold and come back with more when you're ready." "Sleep," said Helga, and her voice was the kindest of the four, though not soft, it had the kindness of someone who understood what warmth cost, who gave it anyway. "Sleep here tonight. Let it begin. When you wake, something will have changed." "I can't sleep here," Harry said practically. "Aunt Petunia will be upset." A pause. Something that might have been warmth moved through the vault, not quite laughter but adjacent to it. "She will not notice," said Rowena. "Time in this space is negotiable. When you climb out, it will be 30 seconds after you climbed in." Harry considered this. "Oh," he said. And he lay down on the earthen floor of the vault with all 45 rings warm on his fingers and the symbols running in quiet circles around the walls, and he closed his eyes and, this was the part he remembered most clearly for the rest of his life, he felt, for the first time, genuinely safe. Not defended. Not unnoticed. Safe. The way you're supposed to feel when you're 6 years old and it is summer and someone cares whether you're alright. He slept. What happened while he slept was not a dream in any traditional sense. It was more like someone had opened the back of his head and was carefully, methodically putting things inside, not cramming them, nothing forceful, but deliberate and considered. He woke up knowing how to read the symbols on the vault walls. He woke up understanding, in broad terms, what a lordship ring was, what Wisengamot seats meant, what the structure of magical Britain's governance looked like. He woke up with the beginning of something in his chest that hadn't been there before, the skeleton of a magical theory, a framework, a first principle, that magic was not separate from intent, that the distance between wanting something and making it happen was purely technical, and technique could be learned. He also woke up knowing his parents' names. Not just James and Lily, he'd been told those, in the brief and grudging way the Dursleys told him anything about his parents, as though the names were offensive. He woke up knowing them as people. Not completely, The vault couldn't give him memories that weren't there, but he knew they had loved each other with the specific fierceness of people who understood exactly what they were risking. He knew his mother had been extraordinary with charms, the kind of innovative with magic that came along once in a generation. He knew his father had been reckless and loyal in equal measure and had grown into both rather than out of either. He knew they had been murdered. He'd known that before, technically. But there's a difference between knowing something and understanding it, and lying on the floor of a vault carved by Godric Gryffindor, with the man's ring warm on his finger. Harry understood it for the first time. The understanding didn't make him cry. It made him very quiet in a way that was different from his usual quiet, less like hiding and more like deciding. He climbed out of the vault. The stone lid slid back into place. The grass settled over it, impossibly tidy, as though nothing had been disturbed. The symbols went dark. The vault breathed itself invisible, and Harry stood in the scrubby little back patch of Desley Garden and looked at his hands. The rings were not visible. He could feel them, each one distinct, warm and weighted, as real as anything he'd ever touched. But to looking at his hands, they were simply hands. He'd find out later that the rings chose when to be seen, that they would make themselves visible when Harry decided to show them. Until then, invisible. Eminently practical. He looked at the apple tree. He thought, fruit. A single apple grew from the nearest branch in the space of about 3 seconds. Small, green, slightly lopsided, with the particular proud imperfection of a thing that had made itself quickly but had really meant it. Harry picked it and ate it standing there in the summer afternoon. It was the best apple he had ever tasted. He went inside and finished the weeds. The weeks that followed had a rhythm that Harry organized carefully. Days were for the visible world, chores, the deliberate invisibility of Dudley avoidance, the management of the Dursley household's expectations. Nights were for the vault. He'd found that he could access the vault's knowledge without going back into it physically. The rings would warm in a particular way, a question asking to be answered, and information would surface in his mind like words rising through water, clear when they arrived. He could also go back physically, and he did when he needed to practice something, some piece of magic that wanted space to move. His first intentional spell was wordless. The founders had used words in their magic, most wizards did. It was a scaffold, a focusing technique, but the vault's embedded knowledge carried Rowena Ravenclaw's particular theory of spellcasting, which held that words were training wheels, and that a mature witch or wizard should be capable of using them or setting them aside with equal ease. Harry was 6. He had no training wheels to remove because he'd never developed the habit of using them. He stood in the back patch of dead grass on a Thursday evening and looked at the apple tree and thought about what he wanted, specifically and carefully, the way Rowena's knowledge suggested, not I want an apple but rather the precise physical process, the cellular activity, the conversion of available nutrients into fruit matter, the acceleration of growth. He held the intent in his mind as clearly as a picture. 7 apples grew in 4 seconds. He stared at them. One of them fell. He ate it on the way inside. By the end of July he could light and extinguish flames without looking at them. By mid-August he could rearrange physical objects, nothing large, nothing complex, but he could slide a book across a table or turn a glass upside down from across the room with the focused ease of someone for whom this was simply the most efficient way to manage their environment. The magic didn't feel like something he was doing so much as something he was being, as natural as breathing, as unremarkable as moving his hands. What he did not do was let the Dursleys see any of it. This was not, as it might seem, a strategic choice to hide. It was simpler than that. The Dursleys were not relevant to what he was doing. Showing them would invite interference, and interference would be inefficient. He noted, with the clear-eyed pragmatism that 6 shading into 7 seemed to have installed in him, that they had less power over him than they believed. The magic that lived in the rings created a low-level field around him that he would later identify as a ward, passive, ambient, nothing that would attract attention, but sufficient to mean that Dudley's fists connected with a faint cushioning he probably attributed to Harry being tougher than expected, and Aunt Petunia's sternest look seemed to lose some of their conviction when she was looking directly at him. He filed this away as useful information. The vault's knowledge kept coming. It wasn't encyclopedic, the founders hadn't embedded their entire selves in gold and stone, just what they considered essential, fundamental. From Godric, the principles of combat magic, the theory of how intent transforms a defensive stance into an offensive one and back, and a bone-deep conviction that courage was not the absence of fear but the reasoned decision that something mattered more than the fear did. From Helga, the deep magic of care and nurture, magic that worked through relationships, through genuine investment in another person's well-being, through the understanding that protection was not the same as control. From Rowena, theory. So much theory. The underlying architecture of magic, the grammar of spellwork, the beautiful, rigorous system that connected everything, why some spells required wands and some didn't, why intent mattered, why certain configurations of magical knowledge amplified each other. And from Salazar, which Harry absorbed with particular interest, aware that this was the knowledge most people assumed was dangerous and therefore paid the least attention to, which meant Salazar's knowledge was both underestimated and underdefended, the deep magic of self-preservation, of strategy, of reading people accurately and moving 3 steps ahead without letting them see you counting. Salazar was not, Harry decided, actually a villain. He was a man who had faced genuine danger, who had thought carefully about survival, and whose methods had been refined by people who'd taken only the ideas that justified what they already wanted to do. Harry absorbed all 4 equally. This seemed to him like the obvious approach. By September, a few weeks into the new school year, Harry in year 2 now, quiet and unobtrusive, his teacher noting that he'd somehow jumped ahead considerably in reading without any explanation, he had started on what Rowena's knowledge identified as foundational magical architecture. This was, in simple terms, the study of how the deep and old magic worked, the magic that bound places, people, oaths, blood. It was old beyond wands. It was old beyond schools. It was the kind of magic that the vault itself ran on, and understanding it was not quick. He also found, embedded deep in the ring that pulsed coldest on his finger, silver, carved with a family tree that spiraled inward toward a single name, Black, a cache of family records. Not just Black family records. Records that cross-referenced, that connected, that told a story in dates and entries and brief factual statements that collectively added up to something that made Harry sit very still on the earthen floor of the vault for a long time. Sirius Black had not been given a trial. He sat with this fact, turned it over, looked at it from the angle Salazar's knowledge suggested, who benefits, what was obscured, what would a trial have revealed? The answer was clear. A trial would have revealed that Sirius Black was innocent. Someone had decided not to have one. He filed this carefully. He wasn't ready to do anything about it yet, he was 6 years old and he understood his own limitations with the same clear honesty that he understood everything else. But the file was open and he kept adding to it. Autumn turned the apple tree gold and Harry read everything the Desley's local library had on law. The children's books on how governments worked. The adult books he shouldn't have been able to reach that he reached by applying Helga's magic, a kind of warm, patient persuasion that made librarians look away at the right moment. He read about court systems, about trials, about the procedures that determined whether a person was guilty. He was building something. He didn't have all the pieces yet. But he understood the shape of what he was building, and shapes matter. Winter came and brought with it the first real test. It was December, a Friday evening, and Dudley had friends over. 3 of them, large, loud, and emboldened by numbers in the way that Dudley's particular kind of boy always was. They'd found Harry in the sitting room where he wasn't supposed to be, which was its own problem, but he'd needed the library book he'd left on the table and he'd calculated, incorrectly, that they were still in Dudley's room. Dudley's friends' names were Piers and Gordon and a third one whose name Harry had never bothered to learn. They spread across the doorway with the coordinated thoughtlessness of boys who'd never been opposed by anything smaller than them. Freaks in the sitting room, Piers said, with the conversational enthusiasm of someone announcing a fun activity. Harry put the library book under his arm and looked at the 4 of them. The old version of this situation, the version that had existed before July, before the vault, before 45 rings that pressed warm against his skin and hummed with the accumulated knowledge of 4 of the greatest magical minds the world had produced. That version had a specific and familiar texture. The specific texture of making yourself small and hoping you didn't get hurt too badly. This version was different. Harry looked at the 4 of them with the calm, assessing attention that had become his natural mode, Salazar's analytical eye working automatically, reading body language, identifying the social dynamics, noting that Dudley was performing toughness for his friends more than he was actually feeling it, that Piers was the one actually enjoying this while Gordon was mostly going along with it, that the third one was already looking slightly uncertain about the whole situation. He noted all of this in approximately 2 seconds and determined that none of them were actually going to do anything dramatic. "Excuse me," Harry said pleasantly. He walked toward the doorway. They didn't move. The warmth in the rings shifted, a very slight shift, like a person straightening up, and something changed in the room's atmosphere. Nothing visible. Nothing anyone could point to. But Piers's expression flickered. Gordon stepped back half a step without seeming to decide to. Even Dudley who had 2 years and 40 pounds on Harry and had spent his whole life understanding Harry as a thing to be pushed around, Dudley hesitated. Harry walked through the space they'd opened and went up the stairs. He heard Gordon say, behind him, "Is he always like that?" and Dudley's answer, defensive and confused, "Shut up." Harry went into his cupboard, sat on his cot, and placed his hands flat on his knees and felt each ring in sequence, 45 of them, each distinct, each warm. He took slow breaths and let the magic settle back into its resting state, which it did the way water settles after you've stopped moving through it. Then he opened the library book. It was about parliamentary procedure. He had notes. Christmas Eve, and the Dursleys were in bed, and Harry sat in the garden in a coat that was 3 sizes too large and let the cold air sit around him without troubling him. He was working on environmental temperature regulation, Rowena's theory applied through Helga's method, the warmth generation that came from genuine care redirected inward, a self-directed care that Helga had noted somewhat sadly in the vault's embedded knowledge was harder for some people than caring for others, but was equally important. Harry was fine at it. He'd had some practice caring for himself because no one else was bothering. He sat in the winter garden and looked up at the stars and thought about everything he knew and everything he didn't know and the shape of everything he was going to do. He knew what Dumbledore had done. The vault's knowledge, particularly the cross-referenced Black family records and the foundational magical law embedded in the ring's knowledge base, made it clear. 45 lordship rings, belonging to 45 noble and ancient houses, collected over decades and buried under the Garden of 4, Privet Drive while its resident was too young, too isolated, and too uninformed to claim them. Each ring controlled a Wisengamot seat. 45 seats. In a body of around 200, 45 seats were not a majority, but they were a leverage point, a fulcrum, and Dumbledore, who held the chief warlock position, would have understood exactly what 45 lordship rings in the hands of a single person could do to the power dynamics of magical Britain. So he buried them. Harry sat with this information and felt something that was not quite anger. Anger was reactive, and he'd noted already that reactive emotions made for poor strategy. What he felt was more like clarity, the cold, useful clarity of someone who has understood the rules of a game and is deciding whether to play it or replace it entirely. He was 6 years old. He had time. But not unlimited time. Dumbledore, who was, by any measure, extraordinarily intelligent, would eventually check on the vault, would eventually discover that the rings were gone, would eventually understand what had happened. Harry didn't know what Dumbledore would do with that understanding. He filed it under variables to be managed and moved on. He looked at the stars. Salazar's voice, not the actual voice, just the echo of the knowledge, the particular frequency of 1/4 of the vault's embedded intelligence, moved through the back of his mind with the assessment that had become as familiar as breathing. What do you have? What do you need? What comes next? What he had, 45 rings. The combined foundational knowledge of 4 of the greatest magical minds in British history. A clear understanding of the political structures he was about to walk into. And time, 3 years before Hogwarts, 5 years before anyone with real power was likely to take a 6-year-old seriously, but he'd already decided that by the time anyone thought to take him seriously it would be too late for taking him seriously to do them much good. What he needed, allies. Real information about the current state of the wizarding world, which the Vault's knowledge was too old to provide in specifics. And, he acknowledged this with the honesty that the Vault seemed to have installed in him along with everything else. He needed what the Helga quarter of his knowledge was most adamant about. He needed at least one person who actually knew him. What came next? Diagon Alley. Gringotts. The beginning of the part where Harry Potter stopped being a theoretical problem and became a real one. He stood up from the cold garden, brushed the frost off the too large coat, and looked at the back patch of dead grass where the vault lid sat invisible beneath the earth. "Thank you," he said to the vault, and to the echoes of 4 people inside it. "I know what you built. I'll try to be worth it." The ground pulsed once, slow and deep, like a heartbeat, and went still. Harry went inside. He'd be 7 in a few months. He had things to do. Chapter 2, The education of Lord Potter. Spring came to Privet Drive the way it always did, cautiously, as though it had checked the neighborhood's homeowners association rules first and wasn't entirely sure flowers were permitted. The cherry tree at number 6 bloomed. Mrs. Fig's cats began their annual war with number 4's garden gnomes. The Dursleys opened the windows for the first time since October, and Aunt Petunia began her campaign of aggressive garden maintenance that would last until August. Harry turned 7 in the middle of all this. There was no cake. There was a card from the Dursleys, 1 card, passed around for each of them to sign, Vernon's signature large and assertive, Petunia's small and controlled, Dudley's a scrawl that managed to be offensive even as a signature. Harry put the card on the shelf in his cupboard and looked at it for a moment, and then turned back to the Vault's knowledge because that seemed like a better use of his birthday. He'd been working on Rowena's theory of magical grammar for 3 weeks and he was starting to see the architecture clearly. The way spells worked was fundamentally linguistic, not in the sense of the spoken words, which were shorthand, but in the deeper sense that magic responded to structured thought the way language responded to structured grammar. Subject, intent, medium, outcome. The incantation tradition had compressed these 4 elements into single words, which was efficient but lossy, the way abbreviations are efficient but lossy. A wizard who understood the underlying grammar could say more with less, or nothing at all, or could construct something entirely new without needing a word for it yet. Harry practiced by inventing. He invented a light source first, not lumos, not exactly, but something that performed the same function through a different mechanism, pulling ambient magical energy through the ring on his left middle finger and converting it into sustained photons. It glowed gold rather than white. He called it nothing because it didn't need a name, he knew what it was. Then he invented a warming charm that fed off the wearer's own calm rather than drawing external energy, making it self-sustaining as long as you weren't panicking. He installed it in his coat and tested it on the coldest night in March, sitting in the back garden at midnight while the temperature dropped to near freezing, and the coat stayed warm and he stayed warm inside it, and the charm hummed contentedly along. He invented a small silencing field around his cupboard so that when he practiced spoken magic, he was trying Salazar's approach to Parseltongue, which was less about the actual language of serpents and more about the principle of magical communication at the frequency specific to living things. He didn't disturb the Dursleys. The last thing he needed was Uncle Vernon discovering that his nephew was whispering to the garden snail he'd recruited as a test subject. The snail, for its part, seemed perfectly happy to have someone paying attention to it. "You don't actually want to go anywhere in particular, do you?" Harry said, which wasn't really Parseltongue yet, more like Parseltongue adjacent, the frequency he was tuning toward, the wavelength of genuine biological intent directed at another living thing. The snail pulsed something that translated, roughly, as moist. "Fair enough," Harry said. He got better. By the time the school year ended in June and Harry was technically on summer holiday from a school that had never quite figured out what to make of him, his teacher Miss Carmichael had written on his report that Harry showed remarkable aptitude but an unusual tendency toward independent thought, which she clearly meant as a criticism and which Harry read as the most accurate thing an adult had ever said about him. He had moved past foundational magical architecture into what the vault identified as intermediate applied theory. Which meant, in practical terms, that he was doing things that would have made grown wizards stop and stare. He could sustain complex spellwork indefinitely, not because he had infinite magical energy but because Rowena's efficiency theory meant he wasted almost none. Most wizards, the knowledge explained, were like water wheels using a fire hose. They had enormous power available and captured maybe a quarter of it in any given spell. Harry was learning to be something more like a precision instrument, capturing close to all of what he directed. His 7-year-old body didn't have the raw power a grown wizard would, but his efficiency more than compensated, and efficiency was a skill in a way raw power was not. He could move objects with precision, not just push them but guide them, holding multiple things in motion simultaneously. He discovered this by accident when he was doing the washing up, his chore, always his chore. Dudley had never washed a dish in his life, and he'd let his attention relax and the dishes had simply organized themselves without his concentrating on them, each moving to exactly the right place because the intent was clear and the magic had just followed it. He'd stood there with soap on his hands watching a stack of plates arrange themselves on the drying rack and thought, right, I should probably be more careful about that. He was more careful after that. Not because he was hiding, but because the Dursleys noticing would be inefficient. Godric's knowledge was proving the most physically demanding to develop, which made sense. Godric had been, among other things, a combat practitioner of exceptional skill, and the foundations of combat magic were not comfortable things. They required you to understand, at a fundamental level, how to hurt people. How magic could be directed not just at objects or abstract goals but at a human body, and what it would do when it got there. This was knowledge Harry absorbed with the same careful neutrality that he absorbed everything. It was information, it had applications both defensive and offensive, and pretending it didn't exist wouldn't make the world safer. He practiced on the apple tree. The apple tree had, by late spring, developed something of a personality. This was partly because Harry had been talking to it, not Parseltongue, but the general living frequency practice, and partly because Helga's magic, which tended toward the nurturing and growing end of things, had been quietly expressing itself in Harry's vicinity for months. The tree was doing extremely well. It had more apples than it had had in years, all of them good, and it had developed the habit of dropping one near Harry when he was working in the garden, which Aunt Petunia had attributed to wind and which Harry privately considered one of the more charming things in his life. He stood in front of it on a July morning with his right hand raised and applied Godric's third principle of directed kinetic force: weight equals leverage only when the weight knows where it's going, and the impact charm he sent toward the trunk was clean and controlled, and the tree shivered to its roots but didn't crack, because he'd also applied the intent correctly, which was test, not destroy. He tried the same principle at half strength. Then at double. Then sideways. By his second week of summer holiday he could generate a directed force impact that would, as he noted with cool analytical detachment, knock a fully grown man off his feet from 15 meters. He was 7. He weighed approximately 52 pounds. He found this deeply satisfying not because he wanted to knock anyone over but because the satisfaction was in the precision, in knowing exactly what he could do and exactly how to do it. He also found, working through Godric's embedded knowledge one afternoon in early August, a section that he'd been aware of but had been saving. It was labeled, in the layered four-voice way the vault communicated, as the 7 principles of magical oath and ward. He sat down. He read it very carefully. The thing about Helga's magic, the warmth and care and deep investment in other living things, was that it was not actually soft. People made that mistake about care-based magic. They thought protection was gentle because it didn't look aggressive. But Harry, working through Helga's knowledge in the evenings while Dudley watched terrible television at top volume on the other side of the cupboard door, understood that protection was in some ways the most demanding magic there was. Defense required you to understand exactly what you were defending against, which meant understanding harm in its full specificity. And care required something harder still, genuine sustained attention to another person's actual state, which was exhausting in a way that throwing a kinetic force charm never was. He understood why Helga's magic was underestimated. Understanding it required you to take seriously the work of paying attention to people, and that was the kind of work that people who thought of power in terms of force had trouble valuing. Harry valued it enormously. He had, by midsummer of his 7th year, developed what he privately thought of as his first real ability in Helga's domain. He could read rooms. Not minds, he was nowhere near legilimency yet, that was advanced and required very specific ethical careful attention to when it was appropriate, but rooms, meaning, he walked into a space and knew, with reasonable accuracy, what people in that space were feeling. Not the words they were thinking. The shape of their emotional state. Whether someone was afraid or angry or sad underneath the face they were showing. He'd tested this first on Aunt Petunia. She was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea that had gone cold, and she was looking at the window, and her face was doing its usual controlled flatness. Harry walked in to get a glass of water and looked at her, really looked, the way Helga's training had taught him, and felt the shape of what was underneath. Loneliness. And underneath that, something older, a grief that had curdled into resentment so long ago she probably couldn't find the grief anymore if she tried. He stood at the sink with his water glass and thought about this. He didn't feel sorry for her, exactly. She had made choices. But he understood her in a way he hadn't before, and understanding something changed the texture of your relationship with it even when nothing external changed. She wasn't monstrous. She was a person who had made herself smaller and smaller to fit into a life that had no room for the things she'd started with, and the smallness had become her shape. He drank his water and went back to his cupboard. He kept the understanding. He discarded the idea that it obligated him to anything. August arrived with the particular relentlessness of late summer in Surrey, and with it came a development Harry had been anticipating. He noticed the surveillance on a Tuesday. He'd been in the back garden, the actual garden, the proper Desley one, working on a new application of Rowena's energy efficiency theory, when the feeling came. He stopped what he was doing and stood very still and read the ambient magical signature of his environment the way the vault's knowledge had taught him, background radiation from the wards on the house, his own ring's steady hum, Aunt Petunia's non-magical energy moving around the kitchen, and then, just at the edge of the property, something else. Old magic. Deliberate. Structured. A watching spell. Not crude, not the magical equivalent of someone standing outside with binoculars. Something sophisticated, passive, the kind of observation magic that would look like nothing if you weren't specifically looking for it, which most people weren't. It had been constructed by someone who knew what they were doing and had been in place long enough that it had settled into the ambient background of the area, which is why it had taken Harry this long to isolate it from everything else. He looked at the exact point where the magical signature was strongest, the corner of the garden near Mrs. Figg's fence, and assessed it. It was keyed to detect accidental magic. Specifically, it would alert the caster when magic of a certain type and intensity occurred within the property boundary. Monitoring for a 7-year-old's magic bursts. He identified the caster from the spell's construction. Every wizard's magic had a signature, like a voice, distinctive, consistent, carrying the marks of their training and their particular approach. He'd learned 4 of those signatures intimately over the past year. This one wasn't in that group, but it had clear influences from one of them. Dumbledore. Or more precisely, someone trained closely enough to Dumbledore that the signature overlaps were unmistakable. An Order member. Someone he'd trusted with this specific task. Harry studied the spell for a long moment. Then he did something careful. He layered, over the top of his own magical activity, a very faint, very consistent low-level emission that matched the signature of accidental, uncontrolled magic in a child who had no training. It was, essentially, a magical performance. Every time his genuine magic moved, the monitoring spell would read an overlay that told it, nothing here but a normal accidental magic event, carry on. The ring that he'd come to associate with Salazar, the silver one, cool and precise, warmed with what he'd come to recognize as something like approval. Obviously, Harry said quietly, to the corner of the garden. He went back to practicing. There was an afternoon in late August when Dudley broke Harry's wrist. This was not intentional. Dudley wasn't actually trying to break anything, he was just being Dudley, which meant grabbing Harry's arm and twisting it in the casual, thoughtless way of someone who had never considered that other people experienced pain the same way they did. The crack was quiet. Harry didn't make a sound. He stood very still while Dudley snorted and walked away, already bored, and then he went to his cupboard and sat on his cot and looked at his wrist. It hurt. A specific, deep, architectural hurt that was different from bruises, which he was long accustomed to. He could see the slight wrongness in the angle. He applied Helga's healing principles methodically. He'd been working through them theoretically but hadn't had cause to apply them to himself significantly. Small cuts, a bruised knee, nothing structural. This was structural. He sat with his good hand cradling the broken wrist and felt through the rings for Helga's knowledge, the deep working knowledge of tissue and bone and the magic that ran through a living body like a current. Bone was patient, Helga's knowledge said. Bone wanted to be whole. It remembered wholeness. All healing magic needed to do was remind it. He spent 40 minutes reminding his wrist of its proper shape. When he was done, he flexed the fingers carefully. Tender. Slightly swollen. But straight, and in another 2 days it would be as though it had never happened. He sat in his cupboard with his healed wrist held in his lap and the heat in his chest was back, the one he'd had since he was 6, the one that had met the vault's magic and recognized it. But this time he didn't press it flat. He let it be there. He looked at it clearly, the way Helga's magic required him to look at things clearly. He was angry. He was genuinely angry, the specific clean anger of someone who has been harmed by someone who had no right to harm them, and who knows it. Not rage. Rage was chaotic and Salazar's corner of his mind had very strong feelings about chaos as a strategic liability. But anger, real and warranted, and he didn't try to disappear it. He thought about what to do with it. The obvious move was what he had done, heal the injury, move on, file it under variables in current environment and wait. He was 7. Direct confrontation of the Dursley situation was not efficient yet. He had perhaps 4 years before he left for Hogwarts, and during those 4 years the Dursleys' household was the stable base he operated from, and destabilizing it prematurely, reporting abuse that the magical world's monitoring structure would bury before it went anywhere, or confronting them directly in a way that would prompt Uncle Vernon to lock him in the cupboard full-time, served no purpose. But he made a decision sitting there. He decided that he was done healing things in secret. Not done hiding the healing, he would keep his magical activity covered from Dumbledore's monitoring. But done processing what was being done to him as a private and somewhat shameful thing to be managed quietly. He was being harmed. He noted it. He responded to it. And when the time came and he had the standing and the position to address it on terms that would actually accomplish something, he would address it, loudly, in front of people who had the power to do something about it. He filed Dudley's name. Uncle Vernon's. Aunt Petunia's, though her file had the added complexity of the understanding he'd gotten from Helga's magic, she wasn't innocent but she was also not the same as the other two. He filed Dumbledore's name most carefully of all. Then he opened his library book, A History of British Parliamentary Procedure that Mrs. Figg had actually recommended, thinking she was giving him something to read for pleasure, with no idea what he was actually using it for, and got back to work. His birthday came again. 8 years old. He marked it in the vault, went down on the morning of July 31st before the household was awake, sat on the earthen floor, and let the 4 voices speak to him. They didn't say much. They rarely said much anymore, most of the communication happened through the knowledge current rather than direct speech. But on his birthday the echoes were clearer, warmer, as though the rings were doing something he might have called celebrating. "You are doing well," said Rowena, with the particular Ravenclaw quality of compliment that meant she had evaluated him against her actual standards and found him passing, which was high praise from that quarter. "You are not hiding," said Godric, with satisfaction. "You are building correctly," said Salazar. "Slowly. Precisely." "You are not alone," said Helga, "even when it feels like you are." Harry sat with this and felt it, and felt the truth in Helga's statement, the 45 presences, warm and constant, that had been his company for a year now. "I know," he said. He climbed out and went to make breakfast for the household, because that was his job on Tuesday mornings, and today was a Tuesday. The second year of the vault's education introduced him to magical history from the inside. Not the textbook version, which he'd read, having gotten hold of a copy of A History of Magic through the library network, finding it interesting but incomplete in the particular way that official histories are always incomplete, which is to say strategically. The vault's version was unmediated. The founders had embedded their own memories of the founding of Hogwarts, of the early wizarding world's political organization, of the schisms and alliances and the complex, ugly, very human process of building an institution from people with genuine disagreements. Salazar's departure was not, as the textbook version implied, a dramatic villain's exit over the question of Muggle-born students. It was a slow, painful split between people who had built something together and disagreed, fundamentally and irreconcilably, about what that thing was for. Salazar believed that wizarding culture was in genuine existential danger. He wasn't wrong that there were people who wanted to destroy it, and he wasn't wrong that the solutions he was being offered were inadequate. He was wrong about which people constituted the danger and wrong about what the appropriate response was. He was a brilliant man making a brilliant man's error, applying rigorous logic to incorrect premises. Harry found this more troubling than a simple villain would have been. Simple villains were easy. Brilliant people with wrong premises were the actual danger, because they convinced other intelligent people, and because they were so nearly right that the distance between them and correct was easy to miss. He filed this under Dumbledore without really meaning to, and then looked at the filing and decided it was apartment. He was also working on wand theory. He didn't have a wand. You couldn't get one officially until 11, which was itself an interesting political choice encoded into law rather than actual magical necessity, as Rowena's knowledge made clear. Wands were focusing instruments, amplifiers, useful but not essential. He'd been doing wandless magic for over a year. But wand magic had specific properties, specific channels and constraints that wandless magic didn't naturally develop, and understanding them mattered for operating in a world where wand magic was the standard. He carved himself a practice focus from a branch of the apple tree. The apple tree dropped the branch on the ground next to him without being asked, which Harry appreciated. The carved focus was not a proper wand, it had no core, no specific magical wood properties. It was just apple wood shaped to fit his hand. But it gave him something to practice the mechanics with, the specific narrowing and directing that wand mechanics required. His first attempt with it sent a harmless shower of sparks in a direction he hadn't intended. His second was better. His third was exactly what he'd meant to do. By spring of the year he turned 8, he could use the focus with the same ease he used his hands. The world outside Privet Drive intruded occasionally. Mrs. Fig came for tea. She came fairly regularly, and Harry had long known she was something other than a simple eccentric neighbor, and now that he could read the ambient magical signature of his environment, he could feel her, a sort of non-magical but adjacent quality that he identified from the vault's knowledge as a squib. She had no active magic of her own, but she had lived in magical proximity long enough that she'd absorbed a kind of resonance. She looked at him across her parlor on a March afternoon. He'd been brought to her as childcare, which happened when the Dursleys had things to do that didn't include children, and her expression was the complicated one he'd started to recognize as the face of someone carrying knowledge they'd been told not to share. "You're all right, aren't you, dear?" she said. It was not precisely a question. "Yes," Harry said. He looked at her steadily. "Are you?" She blinked. "I beg your pardon." "Are you all right?" Harry said. "You look like someone who's worrying about something they can't talk about." She stared at him. Her cats did their usual business of organizing themselves around the room's available surfaces. Eventually she laughed, a surprised sound, unguarded. "You're a strange child," she said, with something that was actually warmth. "I know," Harry said. She gave him biscuits and let him read her copy of the Daily Prophet, which she subscribed to under a name that was not quite her name, which he found interesting. He read the prophet with the careful attention of someone studying a document not for the information it contained but for the information its framing choices revealed. He was building a map of current wizarding Britain from these fragments: who held power, what the ministry's current preoccupations were, which old families held Wisengamot seats and which had lost them, who the relevant figures were. He was particularly interested in the articles about Harry Potter. There weren't many. Dumbledore had been successful in keeping the press subdued on the subject, but they existed in the careful way that invisible things exist, in the spaces between what was said. A reference to the boy who lived in a retrospective article about the war's end. A brief mention of the protections around an undisclosed location. An opinion piece about wizarding Britain's future that referenced the prophecy in terms just vague enough to tell him that the author knew more than they were saying and had been told not to say it. He noted that his name, his actual name, carried weight in print even when barely present. People cared. People were invested. The question of what happened to Harry Potter mattered to an enormous number of people who had no idea who Harry Potter actually was. He thought about that. Then he read the sports section because Quidditch, as a subject, was genuinely interesting even if he had no access to a broom. It was a Sunday in October, the year he was 8, and it was raining, and he was in the apple tree. He'd gotten into the habit of sitting in it, high enough to be genuinely up, where the branches were slender and the wind moved through them and the sound of Privet Drive's studied normality faded to something tolerable. He was reading, a proper book today, not a library book but one he'd acquired, which was a story he'd keep for another time, and the rain was keeping off the leaves and the warming charm in his coat was doing its job. He heard Dudley below. "You're not supposed to be up there," Dudley said. Harry didn't look down. "And yet. I'll tell Mum." "Tell her," Harry said pleasantly. A pause. This was, Harry noted without looking, causing Dudley a specific kind of discomfort. The old Harry, the pre-vault Harry, would have responded to this threat with something Harry could work with. Alarm. Negotiation. Some form of the small, contracted movement that Dudley had come to expect as the natural result of his presence. The current Harry simply kept reading. "What are you reading?" Dudley demanded, which was not what he'd meant to say. Harry could tell, even from up in the branches, that Dudley hadn't meant to ask that. It had just happened, in the way things happen when you're trying to interact with someone who isn't following the script you wrote for them. Harry looked down. "Parliamentary history," he said. Dudley stared up at him through the rain with an expression of profound confusion. "That's boring." "Yes," Harry agreed, and went back to reading. Dudley stood there for another few seconds and then went inside, which Harry found deeply satisfying. Not because of anything to do with Dudley specifically, Dudley was simply what he was, a product of his environment, about as interesting as the garden furniture, but because the interaction had confirmed something Harry had been theorizing. Confidence was not performed. It was simply the natural expression of someone who knew exactly who they were and had no particular need for external confirmation of it. And a person who didn't need external confirmation was, in the most practical sense, unbullied. Not because they'd confronted anyone. Not because they'd demonstrated any power. Simply because they had removed the mechanism by which bullying worked, which was the implicit agreement that the bully's opinion of you mattered enough to hurt. He filed this under Godric's domain, courage, and then revised the filing and put it under all four, because it was actually an intersection, Rowena's analytical clarity about the mechanism, Helga's genuine security of self, Salazar's removal of the other person's leverage, and Godric's refusal to be made small. It required all four. He was beginning to understand that most things required all four. Winter again. His second winter with the rings. He sat in the vault on Christmas Eve, 2 years now, 2 years since the stone lid had slid aside and everything had changed, and let the amber light move around him. He thought about what he knew. He knew, with a specificity that he hadn't had a year ago, what Dumbledore had done and why. The why was almost more important than the what. Dumbledore had buried 45 Lordship rings because he believed, genuinely, with the full weight of his considerable intelligence behind the belief, that a powerful Harry Potter was a dangerous Harry Potter. Not dangerous to the world. Dangerous to the plan. Dumbledore had a plan, and it required Harry to be a certain kind of person in a certain kind of condition, and that kind of person was not the kind of person who had spent years absorbing the combined knowledge of Hogwarts founders and controlled 45 seats in the Wisengamot before his 12th birthday. He thought about how to feel about this. He arrived, eventually, at a position he could stand on. Dumbledore was wrong, and his wrongness was going to have consequences, and those consequences were going to be Harry's problem to manage, and he would manage them. He didn't need to hate Dumbledore to oppose him. Hate was, as Salazar had been quite clear in the embedded knowledge, a terrible foundation for strategy. It made you predict your enemy based on what you needed them to be rather than what they actually were. What Dumbledore actually was, intelligent, experienced, genuinely committed to defeating Voldemort, and absolutely convinced that he was the only person capable of steering that effort correctly. That last thing was the dangerous part. Absolute conviction in your own indispensability was the specific cognitive error that led otherwise great people to do genuinely terrible things in service of goals that were actually good. Harry was going to deal with all of it. He was 8 years old and he had 3 years before Hogwarts and he had 45 lordship rings and he had the knowledge of 4 of the greatest magical minds in British history and he had a plan that was more sophisticated at 8 than most people developed by 30, and he was sitting in a vault underground on Christmas Eve talking to the echoes of dead people who had decided he was worth betting on. He felt the rings warm. "I know," he said. "I know." He looked at the vault walls, the symbols he could now read fluently, the interlocked languages of 4 magical traditions braided into a single continuous text that ran around the walls and told the long, complicated, extraordinary story of 4 people who had built something that lasted 1,000 years. He thought about what it meant to build something that lasted. What it required. What you had to give up and what you had to refuse to give up. He thought about Sirius Black in Azkaban for a crime he hadn't committed. He thought about his parents. He thought about the monitoring spell at the corner of the garden and the careful false signature he'd been projecting over his real magic for 18 months. He thought about the Wisengamot and 45 seats and what 45 votes could do in the right moment if they were cast by the right person on the right question. He thought about a boy he'd read about in the Black family records, a boy named Neville Longbottom, another child who had survived something he shouldn't have had to survive, who was being raised by a grandmother who loved him fiercely but understood him imperfectly, and who had magic that was real and strong and that no one seemed to be taking seriously. He thought about a girl he'd seen in Diagon Alley, not yet, that was next year's chapter. He'd seen her in Mrs. Figg's copy of The Prophet in a photograph at a ministry event, a muggle-born girl whose parents were dentists and who had apparently walked into a bookshop in Diagon Alley at age 8 and read for 4 hours straight, and the journalist had thought this was a quirky human interest story, and Harry had thought, "I need to meet her." He had 3 years. He began, on the floor of the vault on Christmas Eve, to draft the outline of what those 3 years were going to accomplish. In his head, clearly and precisely, the way Rowena's training had made natural, not a list but an architecture, each element connected to the others, each step building to the next. When he climbed out of the vault an hour later, the stone had already slid closed and the frost was back on the grass and the stars were doing their usual indifferent work overhead. He was 8 years old. He was not afraid of anything. He went inside, made himself a cup of tea with the ease of someone who'd been managing his own domestic needs since he could reach the kettle, and got back to work. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley burns bright. The letter from Gringotts arrived on a Wednesday morning in April, 2 weeks after Harry turned 9. It came the way official owl post always came to the Dursley house, badly. The owl dropped it through the mail slot without stopping, which was more considerate than usual since the alternative was it battering against the kitchen window until Uncle Vernon had an aneurysm. Aunt Petunia nearly had one anyway, because owl post was abnormal and abnormal things in her mail slot were not to be tolerated. Harry was already at the kitchen table eating toast when it happened. He watched the envelope skid across the linoleum and stop near his foot, and he picked it up with the casual ease of someone retrieving something that was obviously meant for them. The envelope was heavy cream parchment, sealed with wax the color of old gold, stamped with a seal he recognized from the vault's knowledge, the Gringotts crest, the words Gringotts Wizarding Bank in sharp formal lettering, and beneath the seal in smaller print, for the attention of Lord H.J. Potterblack, upon his 9th year. Lord! They knew. He looked at the seal for one quiet second, turned the envelope over, and slid it into the inside pocket of his jacket. What was that? Aunt Petunia said, because she'd been watching. Wrong address, Harry said. She stared at him with the particular focused suspicion she'd been directing at him with increasing frequency over the past year, the suspicion of a woman who knew something had changed but couldn't identify what. Harry met her gaze with pleasant, absolute calm. After 4 seconds she turned back to the sink. He finished his toast. He read the letter in the apple tree after breakfast. The goblins were precise, as goblins apparently always were. He'd absorbed Salazar's extensive and respectful documentation of goblin culture from the vault, Salazar having had considerable professional dealings with Gringotts in his lifetime and having found the goblins far more interesting and principled than most wizards gave them credit for. The letter informed him, in terms that were formal but not unfriendly, that Gringotts had detected the awakening of the Potterblack Lordship rings 18 months prior, that they had been awaiting his contact since that time, that he was welcome to visit at his earliest convenience, and that there were matters of some financial and legal significance that required his attention. Also that his vaults had been accruing interest since the detection of ring activation and that the current balance, across all relevant accounts, was a number that meant Harry would never need to think about money again. He folded the letter neatly and looked at the apple tree. Right, he said. The apple tree dropped an apple. Right, he agreed, and ate it on the way down. Getting to London required logistics. He was 9, which meant he couldn't simply leave. He was technically in the care of the Dursleys, which was a legal situation even if it was not a moral one, and the last thing he needed was to trigger the kind of official attention that would put Dumbledore's people on him before he was ready for that particular confrontation. He needed a reason to be in London, a reason the Dursleys would accept, and he needed to be there on a day when no one would particularly notice his absence. Aunt Petunia solved this for him without knowing she had. She had a women's luncheon in the city every third Thursday. Harry had tracked the pattern for 2 months, and on those days she dropped Dudley with Mrs. Figg and made vague arrangements for Harry that usually amounted to telling him to stay in his cupboard and not burn the house down. She would be gone from 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. She never checked on him during those hours. She assumed, correctly in previous experience and incorrectly in this specific instance, that his fear of consequences would keep him in place. 3rd Thursday of May. He was ready. He left through the back gate at 9:15, wearing the least ill-fitting of his hand-me-down clothes, dark jeans that were only slightly too large, a grey jumper that almost fitted, with the warmth charm active and £20 he'd been carefully accumulating from odd coins left in the Dursleys' coat pockets over 6 months, which he did not consider stealing because the Dursleys owed him considerably more than £20 in back wages for 5 years of unpaid household labour. The bus to the city was fine. Harry sat near the window and watched London accumulate itself around the motorway, and read, and was perfectly comfortable. The leaky cauldron took him a moment to find. The vault's knowledge gave him general orientation but not a specific address, because the address didn't work that way, and he had to walk the length of Charing Cross Road twice before his rings warmed in the particular directional way they developed for magical things nearby. He turned and looked at a grubby pub wedged between a bookshop and a record shop, and walked through the door. The interior was dim and smelled of old wood and butterbeer and the specific quality of time that builds up in places where magic has been practiced for centuries. He stopped just inside the door and read the room. 6 people. A barman who was Tom. Harry recognized him from the vault's peripheral records. Tom had been running the leaky cauldron for a very long time. 2 witches having lunch, a wizard reading the Prophet at the bar, an elderly witch near the fireplace, and a young man in the corner who was trying very hard to look like he wasn't watching the door. Harry looked at the young man for exactly 1 second. Order member. The surveillance extended beyond Surrey. Then, they had watchers at the leaky cauldron too, on alert for anyone unusual passing through to Diagon Alley. Interesting. He walked to the bar, because Tom was the most efficient source of the specific information he needed. "Excuse me," Harry said. Tom looked down, had to look quite far down. Harry was still on the small side, and his expression did the complex thing that adults' expressions did when a child appeared somewhere children weren't expected. "Can I help you, son?" "I'm meeting my aunt," Harry said pleasantly, which was technically not a lie because he was going to meet Gringotts, and Gringotts was in some sense the closest thing he had to a family institution. "She's already gone through to Diagon Alley. Could you show me the way?" Tom studied him. Harry met the study with the easy, slightly bored expression of a child who was used to adult scrutiny and found it more tedious than concerning. After a moment Tom said, "Of course. Right through the back," and led him through the pub and into the courtyard. He watched Tom tap the bricks and the archway open, and then Tom went back inside, and Harry stood in the entrance to Diagon Alley for the first time in conscious memory. He'd been here before, apparently. There was a note in the vault's records, from when Hagrid had brought him as an infant for some purpose Harry could piece together from context, but he had no memory of that. This was his first real seeing of it. He took approximately 3 seconds to look at it. His first thought was, loud. Not unpleasantly loud, loud in the way that living things are loud, full of movement and noise and the particular energy of a place that is doing exactly what it was built to do. Witches and wizards in robes that ranged from plainly practical to architecturally ambitious. Shop windows displaying objects that moved, glowed, sang, or did all three. The smell of potion ingredients from the apothecary overlapping with the sweet warm smell from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor overlapping with old parchment from the bookshop. His second thought was, Gringotts. The bank was exactly as the vault's knowledge described it, imposing, white, with that air of absolute institutional confidence that only places with a lot of other people's money ever quite achieved. The goblin at the outer door looked at him with the assessing intelligence of a species that had been evaluating wizards for centuries and had developed nuanced and detailed opinions. Harry met the goblin's eye and inclined his head in the formal respect that Salazar's notes had specifically recommended, and the goblin's expression shifted in a way that was very small but that Harry read clearly, surprised, and then something that might have been approval. Inside was marble and high ceilings and firelight. The long counter where goblins worked in neat, concentrated industry. Harry walked to the counter with the confident unhurried pace of someone who had an appointment, which technically he did not, and waited for acknowledgement. The goblin who looked up had the lined, sharp-eyed face of someone very old and very experienced. He looked at Harry the way the door goblin had looked at him, the extended assessment, but took considerably longer about it. Then the goblin said, in a voice like expensive paper tearing, "Your rings are active." "Yes," Harry said. "All 45. "Yes." A very long pause. The goblin looked at him with an expression that Harry read, through Helga's lens, as complex, surprised in a professional context where surprise was considered embarrassing, which produced a very specific flavor of controlled reaction. "We sent a letter," the goblin said finally. "I got it. That's why I'm here." Harry looked at the goblin steadily. "I'd like to discuss my accounts. And also, I'd like to see whatever documentation Gringotts holds relating to the Potter and Black estates, including anything that was deposited, removed, or altered in the last 10 years. The goblin stared at him. "I'm 9, Harry said, in case that was what was causing the staring, but the rings don't have an age requirement. Gringotts law supersedes ministry educational restrictions on magical lordship. I know this because it's in your own charter." He paused. "I read a lot." Another very long pause. "Ragnarok," the goblin at the counter called, and another goblin appeared from the offices behind, this one older still, moving with the specific authority of someone who ran things rather than did things. He looked at Harry and his expression went through 3 distinct phases in about 2 seconds, professional assessment, genuine surprise, and then the careful controlled neutrality of someone deciding what to do with information that was larger than their current operational framework. "Follow me," Ragnarok said. The private meeting room had the same marble quality as the main hall but smaller, more focused, with a fire that burned gold rather than orange and a table that was lower than standard. Harry suspected this had been a deliberate preparation, which meant Ragnar had already been briefed or was simply thorough. He sat across from Ragnar and two other senior goblins whose names were Griphook the Elder and Bloodstain, and he let the rings become visible for the first time since July 2 years ago. The goblins went very still. 45 rings, distributed across Harry's small hands, some gold, some silver, some set with stones in colors that had no ordinary names, each one warm with the accumulated intent of the family magic it carried. They weren't ostentatious about it. They just were, the way significant things simply were, without needing to announce themselves. Ragnar recovered first. "The accounts," he said, and laid a leather folder on the table. What followed was the most interesting 2 hours Harry had ever spent, which was a significant distinction given his recent competition. The goblins were, as Salazar's knowledge had suggested, utterly precise and entirely without the kind of managed information that humans gave each other. They told him everything, clearly, in terms that assumed he could handle it. His parents' vault held a sum that made the Dursley household's annual income look like pocket change. The investment accounts, which had been growing untouched for 8 years, had compounded to a degree that Harry found genuinely startling. The Black Estate, held in trust pending his claim, which the rings now validated, was larger still, with properties across Britain, a significant art collection, a portfolio of investments in both magical and Muggle enterprises, and the deed to a house at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London. There were also irregularities. "These withdrawals," Harry said, tapping a page in the folder. His voice was very calm. "From the Potter discretionary account. Beginning December 1981. Ragnar looked at the page. "A standing order," he said. "Established by Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as designated guardian, shortly after your parents' deaths. He withdrew from my account." Harry kept his voice level. "Regularly. For 7 years. Yes." Ragnar's tone was precisely neutral, which told Harry the Goblin had thoughts about this. "We are required to honor standing orders from designated guardians under ministry regulations." "I know," Harry said. "And I'm also noting that with the rings active and validated, I am now my own account holder." He looked at Ragnar. "I'd like to cancel the standing order. Immediately. And I'd like a full accounting of every transaction made from any Potter or Black account in the last 10 years, with the name of who authorized each one. That will take some time to prepare. I'll wait. Or you can owl it to me. I'd prefer to wait." He paused. "I'd also like to establish a new instruction. Nothing leaves any of my accounts without a written authorization bearing my personal seal." He pressed his right index finger to the table, the founder's ring, the one that served as his primary lordship seal, and let the impression settle into the wood, faintly golden. "That seal specifically." Ragnar looked at the impression. Then he looked at Harry. Then he made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was the goblin equivalent, Harry suspected, of something close. "It will be done, Lord Potter." "Thank you." Harry closed the folder. "One more thing. I need access to the records of family magic stored in my vaults, specifically anything relating to the Black family's records on one Sirius Orion Black." The goblins exchanged a look. Bloodstain leaned forward. "That is sensitive material." "He's my godfather," Harry said. "And he's in Azkaban for a crime I believe he didn't commit. The records will help me prove it." The fire burned gold. Ragnar said, "We will bring the records." He came out of Gringotts 2.5 hours after he'd gone in, with a new vault key on a chain around his neck, a leather satchel that the goblins had provided containing a significant amount of wizarding currency and a personal bank card keyed to his main account, a thick folder of documents relating to the Black Estate and Sirius's case, and the full transaction history of his accounts. He stood on the steps of the bank in the Diagon Alley sunshine and breathed the spring air and let the information he'd just received settle into its proper places in his mind. Dumbledore had been taking money from his vault. Not enormous amounts, small, regular, deliberate, the kind of withdrawals that were never going to be noticeable unless someone was specifically looking. Harry had put it together precisely, it was operational funding. The Order of the Phoenix. Surveillance. Costs associated with monitoring him. All of it paid, quietly and without consent, from the vault of the child being monitored. He was 9 years old and standing on the steps of Gringotts, and the rings were perfectly warm and steady on his fingers, and he was not, he noted with some interest, even particularly surprised. He was simply adding the fact to the architecture. He went to get ice cream. Florian Fortescue's was warm and busy and smelled of vanilla and summer, and Harry sat at a table outside with a chocolate and raspberry cone and the folder of documents on his lap and the afternoon sunshine on his face, and for a few minutes he simply ate ice cream and watched Diagon Alley live its life. 2 tables over, a girl his age was reading. Harry noticed her first because the book was enormous, a thick, serious volume that looked like it outweighed her, and she was reading it with the total absorbed focus of someone who has left the building while their body remained as a placeholder. Brown curly hair, sharp face, the particular quality of stillness that serious reading gave people. Her parents, both obviously Muggle, were at the table with her, looking slightly bewildered by their surroundings, new to all this, first visit probably, everything about their posture said we're doing our best. She turned a page without looking up. Harry watched this for a moment and felt something warm and uncomplicated move through the chest area, the Helga register, the one that responded to things that were genuinely, straightforwardly good. Then he looked down at his ice cream and thought, right, obviously. He leaned slightly toward the table. What are you reading? She looked up. Her eyes were sharp and quick, the kind of eyes that assess things in rapid efficient bursts. She looked at him, looked at the book, looked at him again. Hogwarts, a History, she said. First edition. The current edition cuts about 40% of the original content. What kind of content? Structural analysis of the castle's wards. The founding enchantments. The magical theory behind the sorting. She turned the book so he could see the open page. Most of the good bits. Harry looked at the page. The founding enchantments were familiar. He recognized the layered magic she was describing because he'd felt something very similar in the vault. But the book's analysis was, as she said, good. Whoever had written the first edition had understood what they were describing. Do you know why they cut it? Harry asked. The publisher said it was too technical. But I think it's because the theory it describes is quite advanced, and if students read it they'd have questions the professors couldn't answer. She said this with the matter-of-fact confidence of someone who had already concluded this and wasn't asking for validation. I'm Hermione Granger. Harry Potter. She stared at him. Then she looked at him properly, looked with the specific attention of someone who was deciding whether to believe something, evaluating evidence quickly. Her eyes went to his forehead, where the fringe of too long hair covered the scar, and then back to his face. You're Harry Potter, she said. Not a question this time. Yes. A pause. He watched her process this. It was genuinely interesting to watch, the quick sorting of implications, the evaluation of relevant information. She didn't squeal or grab his arm or do any of the things he'd vaguely dreaded might happen if someone recognized him. She said, You're not supposed to be here alone. No, Harry agreed. I'm not supposed to be anywhere interesting. Something moved in her expression, recognition of a familiar situation. My parents didn't want to bring me to Diagon Alley until they'd had time to understand it better, she said. I found the letter from Hogwarts in my room. I told them we should come immediately. How long ago did you get the letter? 3 hours. We've been here for 2. She looked at the book. I've read 4. Harry ate the last of his cone. What do you think of it? I think it's extraordinary, and I think the society governing it is quite badly organized, and I think the history is presented in a way that protects certain people's reputations at the expense of accuracy. She said this with the calm precision of someone who had arrived at a considered position. I've only been here 2 hours, but I've been reading about it for a month since I got the letter, and some of the discrepancies are quite obvious. Harry looked at her. This was, he decided, the person he'd seen in the prophet photograph. He'd been right to make a note of her. He'd been right, in fact, to an almost absurd degree. "What's your opinion of Wiesengemot procedural law?" he asked. She blinked. We're 9. "We are," Harry agreed. "What's your opinion of it?" Another pause. Then, "I only read one article about it, but I think the voting structure is designed to entrench existing power rather than represent actual magical community interests. The lordship system in particular seems like a feudal remnant that no one's had the political will to reform." She paused. "Why?" "Because I'm about to do something about it and I need someone who reads things properly." She stared at him for a long moment. Behind her, her parents were exchanging the look of people who were not sure what was happening but recognized that something significant was. Her mother leaned forward and said, carefully, "And you are?" "Harry Potter," Harry said. He shook her mother's hand, and her father's, and felt the warmth from Helga's register that good people always generated. They were good people. Bewildered, and honestly lovely. "I'm sorry to interrupt your afternoon. Your daughter is the most interesting person I've met in Diagon Alley and I'd like to be her friend, if that's all right." Her mother made a slightly overwhelmed sound. Her father said, "Well, yes, I suppose that's," Hermione said, "Yes. Obviously." She said it with the decisive firmness of someone who had already processed the relevant information and reached a conclusion. Then she pushed the book across the table toward him. "Read the chapter on founding enchantments. Tell me what you think." Harry opened it to the relevant chapter and read the first paragraph and understood immediately why she'd flagged it. The analysis was close, very close, but it was missing the element that the vault's knowledge provided, the crucial piece about intent anchoring in deep ward magic. He could fill that gap. And filling that gap would open several other questions that she would then want answers to, and he had those answers, and the conversation they were about to have was going to be the most genuinely satisfying one he'd had in 9 years. "I think the author is missing the fourth variable," he said. "They've got structure, sequence, and scale, but they haven't accounted for intent as an architectural element." Hermione sat very still for 1 second. Then she pulled a notebook from her bag, opened it to a blank page, and looked at him with the expression of someone who has just found exactly what they were looking for. "Explain." They talked for 2 hours. Her parents ordered tea and gradually settled into the resigned, slightly proud expression of parents who had accepted that their child was something they didn't fully understand but were going to support anyway. Harry liked them for it. He liked them with the genuine warmth that Helga's training had made more precise. He could see clearly that they were people who loved their daughter fully and specifically, not generally, or conditionally, and that they were honestly trying to understand a world that had appeared from nowhere and was trying to take their child into itself. At one point Hermione's mother, whose name was Jean, looked at Harry and said, "You don't go to school with Hermione, do you?" "I'll be at Hogwarts," Harry said. "From September in 2 years." "Oh." She processed this. "And you'll look out for her?" Harry looked at Hermione, who was making notes with a kind of furious efficient speed, adding to Harry's explanation about intent anchoring a framework that he hadn't considered. She was cross-referencing the architectural theory with a textbook analysis she'd read of charm layering, and the synthesis was genuinely novel, and she'd done it in about 4 minutes. He looked back at Jean. "She's going to look out for herself," he said. "But yes." Jean smiled at him. It was the kind of smile that meant, "I see you." He felt the warmth of it and held it carefully, because genuine warmth from an adult was still rare enough in his experience to feel significant. He stayed until 3 o'clock, at which point the calculation of returning to Privet Drive before Aunt Petunia arrived home required him to leave. He exchanged addresses with Hermione. He gave her Mrs. Figg's address next door, which required an explanation he kept brief, saying only that his relative's address wasn't a good one to use, and she nodded with the quick understanding of someone who could read between lines without asking for clarification she could see he wasn't ready to give. "Write when you've read anything interesting," she said. "You'll be hearing from me frequently," Harry said. "Good." She was already looking back at the book. He spent 20 minutes in flourish and blots after he left her, moving through the shelves with the efficiency of someone who had a list. He bought 7 books, Magical Law, 2, one of them a specialist text on Wisengamot procedure that the bookseller seemed mildly surprised a child was purchasing, 1 book on advanced ward theory, 1 on the theoretical basis of the unforgivable curses, which he bought because understanding dangerous magic was better than not understanding it, 1 on goblin relations with the British wizarding establishment, and 1 on the history of Azkaban prison. He paid with the wizarding card from Gringotts and didn't flinch at the total. He found, in the bottom shelf of the restricted section, technically not restricted in a bookshop, but placed where children weren't expected to reach, a slim volume titled The Principles of Lordship Succession and Magical Inheritance Law. He added it to the pile. The bookseller wrapped them and Harry put them in the satchel from Gringotts, which had been designed with a modest expansion charm built in, something the goblins had included without being asked, which he found characteristically practical. On the way back through the leaky cauldron he stopped at the bar. The young order member in the corner was still there, nursing what was clearly not his first butterbeer of the afternoon, and still watching the door. Harry walked to the bar, ordered a pumpkin juice from Tom, drank it at the counter, left a tip that was larger than Tom expected based on his expression, and walked back out through the pub. He did not look at the order member. On the bus back to Surrey, with the satchel of books on his lap and the late afternoon light coming through the window at the shallow angle of a May evening, Harry opened the folder containing Sirius Black's Gringotts records and read them carefully for the second time. The Black family records, stored with Gringotts as part of the estate documentation, contained something the ministry's official case file would almost certainly not, a signed record of the magical oath Sirius Black had sworn upon the Black family magic on the night of October 31, 1981. Magical oaths of that type left an imprint in family records. The imprint said, in the unambiguous language of sworn family magic, that Sirius Black had not betrayed the Potter's location to Lord Voldemort. He had not betrayed them. The record was not quite proof in the conventional legal sense, there would be arguments about its admissibility in Wisengamot proceedings. But it was the foundation of proof. And combined with the other absence, no trial, no Veritaserum examination, no investigation, just a direct transfer to Azkaban on the word of the arresting Aurors, the foundation of proof was enough to build on. Harry stared at the oath imprint in the gathering evening light. He was 9 years old and his godfather had been in Azkaban for 8 years for something he had sworn on family magic he had not done, and the ministry had known there was no trial and had not cared, and Dumbledore had known there was no trial, and the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, which was what Dumbledore was, oversaw the administration of Wisengamot proceedings and therefore bore specific institutional responsibility for the absence of a trial. The rings were very steady and very warm. The bus stopped at his stop and Harry got off and walked back to Privet Drive with the satchel and the documents and the calm, total certainty of someone who had identified a problem, gathered the relevant information, and was now working on the solution. He was through the garden gate and up the stairs and had the satchel hidden under the loose floorboard beneath his cot, a Helgamagic-assisted storage space that was exactly as invisible as he needed it to be, before Aunt Petunia's car pulled into the drive. He was in the kitchen, peeling potatoes for dinner, when she came in. She looked at him. He looked at the potatoes. She said nothing. He said nothing. The potatoes got peeled. That night, after the household was asleep, he went to the vault. He sat on the earthen floor with the amber light and the 4 presences warm around him and the Gringotts records on his lap and he thought about what came next. He was 9. Hermione was 9. Neville Longbottom, whom he hadn't met yet but was going to, was 9. Sirius was 31 and had been in Azkaban since he was 22. The Wisengamot had not revisited his case in 8 years. Harry laid the oath record flat on his knee and looked at the glowing impression of Sirius's signature in the Black family seal. I will work as fast as I can, he thought, toward the impression, toward the person it represented who was somewhere cold and dark with Dementors for company. I promise. The ring from the Black estate, silver, carved with the family tree, pulsed once. Warm and fierce and alive with 8 years of waiting. Harry opened his new books. He had a year to prepare the legal case. He got to work. Chapter 4, The trial that wasn't. The letters between Harry and Hermione started immediately and became, within a month, the kind of correspondence that postal workers probably found alarming in its volume and density. Hermione wrote the way she read, thoroughly, with footnotes. Her first letter was 4 pages on the structural analysis of Hogwarts' founding enchantments, cross-referenced against 3 books she'd acquired in the 2 weeks since Diagon Alley, with a hand-drawn diagram of what she theorized the intent anchoring mechanism looked like spatially. The diagram was almost correct. Harry wrote back with the specific correction and 3 questions she hadn't asked yet that she should have, and her response arrived 48 hours later at 8 pages, the footnotes now extending onto separate sheets. By July they had filled an entire notebook each. He told her, carefully and in stages, about the legal situation he was working on. Not everything, not the vault, not the rings, not the full scope of what he was, but the structure of the problem. A man imprisoned without trial, evidence of innocence in the family magical records, a procedural failure at the Wisengamot level that had either been overlooked or deliberately ignored. He presented it as a research project, which it was, and she responded to it as a research project, which meant she went at it with the methodical ferocity of someone who had decided this mattered. She found 3 precedents he hadn't found. 2 were historical cases where Wisengamot proceedings had been reopened on the basis of new evidence, and 1 was a legal text from 1893 that established that family magical oaths held under Black family law were admissible as primary evidence in proceedings involving members of that family. She sent the relevant pages with her annotations in the margins and a note that said, "This is appalling. He's been there for 8 years. Why hasn't anyone done this already?" Harry wrote back, "Because the people with the standing to do it chose not to." Her reply was a single line, "Then we will." He'd told her, after their 3rd week of correspondence, about his parents. Not the full story. The full story included elements he wasn't ready to lay out in writing, but enough. She had responded with the precise, unsentimental compassion that he was coming to understand was her specific register of care. She didn't make it soft or manageable. She said it was wrong, clearly and directly, and then she said, "What do you need?" Which was exactly right. He needed her to research Wisengamot voting procedure. She had the relevant documents to him in 4 days with a color-coded breakdown of the voting requirements for reopening a closed case. He needed her to cross-reference the current composition of the Wisengamot against the Lordship ring records. She needed help with that one. She didn't have access to the ring records, so he sent her an excerpt, carefully selected, that gave her enough to work with without requiring him to explain where it had come from. She noted the careful selection. She didn't ask. He appreciated this more than he knew how to say, so he said, "Thank you for not asking." She wrote back, "You'll tell me when you're ready. Until then, here are the cross-references." The cross-references were thorough and deeply uncomfortable reading. Of the 45 seats his rings controlled, 22 were currently occupied, meaning there were witches and wizards sitting in those seats under a claim of lordship that was, legally, void, because the rings that validated those claims were Harry's. The seats should have reverted to him when the rings activated. That they hadn't meant either that the ministry's records hadn't updated, possible, bureaucratic failures of this type happened, or that someone had specifically prevented the update from occurring. He wrote to Ragnarok at Gringotts. Ragnarok's reply came in 48 hours and was, by Goblin standards, almost chatty. The Gringotts records showed that the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement had been notified of the ring activation 18 months ago, at the same time as Gringotts itself. The notification had been received and logged and then, and here Ragnarok's tone shifted into something precise and pointed, filed under pending review, where it had remained without action. Someone had received the notification and buried it. Harry added this to the file. September came and went and Hermione started at her local comprehensive school, which she wrote about with the specific frustration of someone who was operating several gears above the available curriculum. Harry started his own school year at his local primary, which was a situation he managed by doing exactly enough to avoid attention and spending his actual intellectual energy on the vault's knowledge and the books from Diagon Alley. His teacher that year was a man named Mr. Alderton, who was perceptive in the way that good teachers sometimes were and who noticed, within the first week, that Harry was not what he appeared to be. He pulled Harry aside after class on a Friday in September and said, carefully, "You're reading something under the desk." "Yes," Harry said. "What?" Harry considered lying, decided it was inefficient, and said, "Wisengamot Procedural Law, A Practitioner's Guide, 3rd edition." Mr. Alderton stared at him. "I'm working on a legal case," Harry said. "You're 9, Mr. Alderton said. "I know," Harry said. "It's taking longer than I'd like." There was a very long silence. Then Mr. Alderton said, "Does it relate to your homework?" "Not directly." "Then put it away during class." He paused. "Bring it on lunch breaks if you want. The classroom's unlocked." Harry looked at him. Through Helga's lens, genuine goodwill, genuine curiosity, the professional ethic of someone who believed their job was to support learning wherever it was happening, even when it was happening in ways he didn't expect. "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it properly. He used the lunch breaks. Alderton occasionally leaned over to read a page and never asked questions, which was the ideal behavior of an adult in that situation. Winter was when the plan solidified. Harry was 9.5 and had been building the legal case for 7 months and had, by December, something that was not quite a case but was the skeleton of one, the bones of an argument that would, in the hands of a competent magical barrister presenting to a Wisengamot that was paying attention, result in a reopened proceeding and eventually Sirius's release. The problem was the hands. He needed a barrister. He needed one who was competent, who was not in Dumbledore's circle, and who was willing to take a case from a 9-year-old. He wrote to Gringotts. Ragnar's recommendation arrived promptly, a witch named Eugenia Sable, senior partner at Sable and Associates, with 22 years of Wisengamot litigation experience and a reputation for taking cases that other people had decided were not worth taking. Her fees were significant. Harry's account balance was more significant. He wrote to her. Her reply was, as he'd predicted, skeptical, professionally, carefully, precisely skeptical. She asked several questions. He answered them. She asked more. He answered those. On the 4th exchange she stopped asking questions and wrote, "I'll see you in my office. January 3rd, bring the documents." Getting to her office, which was in a small wizarding district attached to the legal quarter near the Old Bailey in London, required the same logistical management as Diagon Alley, except that January was easier than May because Aunt Petunia had her own January ritual of post-Christmas reorganization that consumed her entirely and left Harry's movements unmonitored for days at a time. He left on the 3rd, took the bus, found the office by the same method as the leaky cauldron, rings warming toward magic, and walked in. Eugenia Sable was a witch in her mid-50s with the kind of face that had settled into its opinions and wasn't reconsidering any of them. She was tall, wore robes in a dark green that managed to be both practical and elegant, and had the sharp, calibrated attention of someone who had spent 20 years reading people in high-stakes environments. She looked at Harry when he came into her office and did not quite manage to suppress the flicker of surprise at his age. He gave her exactly 2 seconds to process it and then sat down across from her and put the folder on the desk. "The oath record," he said, "is on top. The admissibility precedent is on the 2nd sheet. The procedural failure documentation is in the 3rd section." She looked at the folder. Then at him. Then she opened it. She read for 20 minutes without speaking. Harry sat quietly and let her read and looked around the office, which told him considerable things about her, the organized chaos of an active caseload on the side desk, the specific books on the shelves that indicated her approach to law as something living and strategic rather than static and bureaucratic, the small photograph on the windowsill of a woman who looked like her from 40 years ago, wearing Hogwarts robes with a prefect badge, and behind her a younger boy with the same strong jaw, a sibling, probably. Harry noted these and filed them, not as leverage but as understanding. Understanding people correctly was not manipulation. It was just accuracy. She put the folder down. "Where did you get the oath record?" she asked. Gringotts. It's in the Black family estate records. I have standing to access them. Why do you have standing? Harry put his right hand on the desk and let the rings become visible. She went very still. All 45, warm and present. The founder's ring catching the winter light through the office window. The Black family ring, silver and precise, pulsing with the particular energy it had whenever Sirius was the subject. She counted them. When she looked up, her expression had gone through several phases and arrived at something that was partly professional reassessment and partly something more personal. "How old are you?" she said, and it wasn't quite the usual patronizing question. It was a genuine recalibration. 9, Harry said. 10 in July. And you've built this case yourself? With help. A colleague did the historical precedent research. He paused. She's also 9. Sable looked at him for a long moment and then she did something he hadn't expected, she laughed. A real laugh, surprised out of her, brief but genuine. "Ragnarok sent you," she said. "Of course Ragnarok sent you." She shook her head. "The fees aren't a concern," Harry said. "The Gringotts card is keyed to the main Potter account. You'll be paid. The more relevant concern is timeline." She straightened. The professional calibration was back, which was what he wanted. "The case itself is strong," she said. "Stronger than I expected, to be honest. The oath record is primary evidence under the 1893 precedent and the procedural failure, a complete absence of trial, is a serious enough violation that the Wisengamot will have difficulty arguing against a reopening." "But," Harry said, because there was clearly a but. "But the Chief Warlock will oppose it." "I know," Harry said. "He has reasons to oppose it that aren't the same as his stated reasons." Sable looked at him with a very precise attention. "You're 9, she said, not for the first time, but with a different weight this time." "I know," Harry said. "That's going to be useful." She didn't ask him to explain. She was, he noted, the same kind of smart as Ragnarok. She could see the shape of a plan without needing every element spelled out, and she was smart enough to know that sometimes partial information was both sufficient and deliberate. "I'll take the case," she said. "I need 4 months to prepare the formal petition." "May," Harry said. "That's fine." She held out her hand across the desk and he shook it, and the handshake had the specific quality of two people who had just agreed on something that was going to be complicated and difficult and entirely worth doing. The spring brought 3 developments. The first was Neville. Harry had been planning to find Neville Longbottom and introduce himself, with the rough timeline of sometime before Hogwarts, before the year they'd all start together. What he hadn't planned on was running into him in a Muggle bookshop in Bath, which was where Harry found himself on a Saturday in March because Sable had an office there and Harry had been to a preparation meeting and had an hour before his bus. Neville was in the mythology section. He was looking at a book about magical plants and folk traditions, not a wizarding book, a Muggle academic one, with the specific expression of someone who was hoping no one would notice what they were interested in. He was slightly round-faced, with the quiet look of a boy who had learned to make himself unnoticeable, and there was a quality to his stillness that Harry recognized with an immediacy that was almost physical, the specific stillness of someone who had been made to feel that their natural self was too much. Harry knew that stillness. He'd spent years practicing it before the vault had made it unnecessary. He walked over and looked at the book Neville was holding. "Any good?" Neville startled. Looked at Harry. Looked at the book. Looked at Harry again, with the slightly hunted expression of someone who had been caught being themselves. I was just looking, I know," Harry said. "I asked if it was good." A pause. Neville processed this. Harry could see the recalibration, the shift from defensive mode to something more honest. "It's interesting," Neville said carefully. "It's about how Muggle folklore descriptions of magical plants match up with actual magical plant properties. Which means Muggles have been observing real magic for a long time, they just didn't have the framework to describe it properly." Harry looked at him. That's a really interesting thesis. Neville blinked. Is it? Yes. Harry meant it entirely. It was. The idea that Muggle folk knowledge was observational data about real magical phenomena was not something he'd encountered in the vault or any of his reading, and it opened several directions he hadn't considered. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. And there it was, the recognition, the same slightly frozen moment of recalibration that Harry had now seen enough times to understand its shape. Neville looked at his forehead and then deliberately didn't look at it, which was actually a more respectful response than most people managed. Neville Longbottom, Neville said. I know, Harry said. I've read about your family. You survived something too. This was a risk, it could have landed badly, felt invasive, or triggered the defensive quiet that Neville defaulted to. But Harry had learned, from Helga's knowledge and from Hermione's example, that sometimes the most respectful thing you could do for someone was acknowledge what they'd actually been through instead of politely pretending it hadn't happened. Neville went very still for a different reason. Not defensively still. More like, someone just said a true thing and I wasn't expecting it. Yes, Neville said. His voice was quiet but it didn't shake. I did. Do you want to get tea? Harry asked. There's a place across the road. I have an hour before my bus. Neville looked at him for a long moment, reading him, Harry recognized, with whatever version of Helga's warm sight Neville had developed naturally, because some people were simply like that, born into the frequency of genuine care and able to feel the temperature of another person's intentions. Yes, Neville said. All right. They talked for an hour and 20 minutes and Harry missed his bus entirely and didn't care. Neville was, beneath the careful quietness, fiercely intelligent in a specific way, not the kind of broad theoretical intelligence that Harry and Hermione shared, but a deep, patient, intricate intelligence about living things, about the way systems worked when they were biological rather than magical or mechanical. He understood growth and decay and the complex interdependencies of ecosystems with the same intuitive fluency that Harry understood magical architecture. And he was funny, dry, understated, the kind of funny that emerged from noticing precisely the right absurdity at precisely the right moment. His grandmother Augusta Longbottom had, it emerged, been telling him for years that he wasn't very magical. That his magic was weak. Harry listened to this with his face neutral and his internal response heating steadily towards something that was not anger but was close. What does your magic do? Harry asked. Neville looked slightly surprised by the question. It's not very controlled. That's not what I asked. Another pause. Things grow, Neville said, after a moment. If I'm near them. Plants, mostly. Sometimes faster than they should. My gran says it's accidental magic run amok. Your gran, Harry said carefully, is describing a thing and then explaining it wrong. Neville looked at him. What you're describing is a specific and quite rare affinity for biological growth magic, Harry said. It's Helga Hufflepuff's primary domain and it's one of the most complex and demanding forms of magic there is. The fact that it's expressing naturally and strongly means you're not weak. You're very strong in a direction people aren't valuing correctly. Neville stared at him. Harry watched the thing happen in his face, the thing where someone is told something true that contradicts what they've been taught, and their mind has to decide which thing to trust, and you can see the decision happening in real time. How do you know that? Neville asked. Harry thought about how to answer this. I read a lot, he said, which was true. And I'll send you some books, if you want. About magical affinities and how they develop. Yes, Neville said, and this time there was nothing tentative about it. When Harry finally caught the next bus, he wrote the letter to Hermione about Neville on the journey home. Her reply came 2 days later, when can we all meet? Also I found another precedent. The second development was the monitoring spell shifting. In April, Harry noticed that the observation magic at the corner of the garden had been refreshed, not just renewed but upgraded, recalibrated, its scope expanded. It was now watching for a broader range of magical signatures. Not just accidental magic from a child. Something more specific. Someone had worked out that the original monitoring wasn't capturing what it should be. He assessed the upgraded spell carefully over 3 days, mapped its parameters, and adjusted his masking overlay to match. It was more work. The original overlay was now insufficient and he needed something more layered, more dynamic. He spent 4 nights reconstructing it, patient and precise, until the monitoring spell was reading exactly what its caster expected to see. He wondered if Dumbledore had looked at the original monitoring results and noticed the absence of anything significant. A 9-year-old who was not producing detectable accidental magic was either very unnaturally controlled or was somehow masked, and either possibility would be concerning. He filed this under timeline pressure and sent Sable a note suggesting they move as quickly as the case preparation allowed. The third development was the letter from the ministry. It came on a Tuesday, official ministry stationery in that purple color that someone had decided represented authority, addressed to the guardians of Harry James Potter. Uncle Vernon brought it to dinner with the expression he reserved for anything that was officially abnormal, a kind of furious helplessness, like he'd walked into a wall and couldn't decide whether to be angry at the wall or embarrassed by it. He dropped it on the table in front of Harry without a word. Harry opened it. It was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It informed the guardians of one Harry James Potter that Gringotts Bank had recently submitted an updated notification regarding the activation of certain hereditary magical items, and that the ministry was in the process of reviewing the relevant legal implications, and that a ministry representative might be in contact regarding same. It was signed by someone Harry didn't recognize, in a department he'd been looking at for months. But between the lines, in the specific phrasing, the deliberate vagueness about which hereditary items, the passive language about reviewing instead of acting, he read the shape of Dumbledore's hand. Someone had written this letter in response to a specific instruction. The instruction was, monitor, don't engage, find out what he's doing. He read it twice. Then he folded it and put it in his pocket and said, it's nothing. Administrative thing. He ate his dinner. Uncle Vernon, who had been watching him with the specific anxiety that Harry's increasing composure seemed to generate, said nothing. May. Sable's formal petition landed in the Wisengamot administrative office on a Monday morning and Harry was at Gringotts by noon to watch the official acknowledgement come through, because Ragnarok had arranged for the bank's legal correspondence to reflect copies of any filings involving the Potterblack Lordship. The acknowledgement was required by law within 48 hours. It came in 36, which was fast, which meant someone had flagged it immediately. The filing notice for a full emergency session had been generated within an hour of receipt. Sable sent him a note that said, they're not dismissing it. The session is scheduled for the 19th. That's 12 days. Are you ready? He sent back, yes. He was not going to the session in the building. He was 10 years old and Sable had made clear that his physical presence would be both legally unnecessary and strategically counterproductive. The image of a child in the Wisengamot chamber was not one that helped their case, it was one that invited the argument of exploitation, of a minor being used for legal purposes he couldn't understand. The case would argue for Sirius on its merits, with Sable presenting, and Harry's role was to authorize the use of his lordship standing, which gave the petition its legal weight, from a distance. He authorized it by letter, sealed with his personal seal on the parchment Gringotts had given him, and Sable filed the authorization as the petition's standing document. He spent the 12 days before the session in a state of very careful calm. He told Hermione the night before. Her response, which arrived by the first post the next morning, was, good. Tell me everything when it's over. Also I've been thinking about the monitoring spell problem and I have a theory. He told Neville, who he'd been exchanging letters with for 2 months and who had, on Harry's recommendation, got hold of 3 books on magical affinity development and had written back with a letter that was longer and more confident than anything he'd sent before. Neville's response was brief and heartfelt in the way that Neville did things, I hope it works. He deserves to be out. May 19th, Harry sat in Mrs. Figg's parlor. She'd invited him for the day with a vagueness that he suspected was not coincidental, that she might actually know something was happening, that her role as Dumbledore's neighborhood watcher was more complex than simple observation, and drank tea and did not fidget and watch the clock. Sable had told him the session would run 3 to 5 hours. They'd have a decision by evening. He helped Mrs. Fig with her cats. He read. He drank more tea. The cats organized themselves around him in a companionable arrangement that suggested they approved of his presence, which he appreciated. At 3 in the afternoon, the rings warmed. Not the usual steady warmth. Something sharper, more electric, the black family ring in particular, silver and fierce on his finger. He pressed it against his palm and felt, not words, not the vault's knowledge current, but something more direct. An emotional impression, like a frequency. The shape of relief so profound it had no adequate human expression. Harry sat in Mrs. Fig's armchair with the cats around him and his eyes closed and felt it. The owl from Sable arrived at 4:30. He read it standing at Mrs. Fig's kitchen window, with the afternoon light coming in at the low angle of a May evening. The session ran 4 hours. Dumbledore opposed the filing on 4 grounds, all of which the bench rejected. The oath record was admitted as primary evidence. The absence of trial was established as a critical procedural failure. The presiding Wisengamot member, not Dumbledore, who recused himself from the vote after the 4th rejection, called for an immediate remediation order. Sirius Orion Black is to be released from Azkaban pending a formal posthumous review of the evidence against him, with the review to be completed within 30 days. The remediation order also includes a mandatory Veritaserum examination upon release, the results of which are to be entered into the public record. He'll be at St. Mungo's by tomorrow morning for medical evaluation. The formal review is a formality. He's out, Harry. Sable P.S. The Chief Warlock's expression when the bench ruled against him on the 3rd ground was something I will keep as a personal treasure for the rest of my professional career. Harry put the letter down on the kitchen counter. He stood for a moment with his hands flat on the counter and the late afternoon sun on the window and the cats doing their business in the other room and the silver ring warm against his finger. Then he went to find Mrs. Fig. She was in the sitting room, doing her crossword, or pretending to. The crossword was on her lap and her eyes were not on it. She looked up when Harry came in, and something in his face told her whatever she needed to know, because her expression did a complex, rapid thing and arrived somewhere that was caught between genuine emotion and the long habit of careful neutralcy. He's being released, Harry said. Mrs. Fig made a sound that was not any specific thing, not quite a gasp and not quite a word. Her hand moved to her mouth. The crossword slid off her lap unnoticed. You knew he was innocent, Harry said. It was not a question. She looked at him, really looked, and Harry let her see him clearly, not the careful invisible version, not the managed performance. Just Harry. Yes, she said finally. Yes. But the Chief Warlock said, the Chief Warlock was wrong, Harry said. And the Wisengamot said so today. She made the sound again. Her eyes were bright. How did you? I read a lot, Harry said, which by now was simply true in more ways than he could explain. He sat down across from her and accepted the cat that immediately installed itself on his lap. Mrs. Fig. How long have you been watching me? She went still. The question sat between them clearly and specific, and she was not a person who could lie well, and Harry had Helga's reading running and could see the specific conflict of loyalties in her, the one she'd been operating under for 8 years, and the one that was presenting itself now, clearly and directly, as the alternative. Since you were placed with the Dursleys, she said. I'm sorry, Harry. You don't need to apologize for watching, Harry said. I know you weren't the one who decided to leave me there. Her eyes were very bright. No, she said. I wasn't. I know, Harry said. He stroked the cat. I'll be writing to Sirius once he's medically stable. I wanted you to know. He paused. I also wanted you to know that I'm aware of the monitoring spell at the corner of the garden. I've been managing it for 18 months. She stared at him. He looked back pleasantly. "You're 10 years old," she said faintly. "Almost," Harry agreed. "July." She looked at him for a very long time. Then she said, in a voice that was carefully quiet and completely genuine, "He didn't see you at all, did he?" "No," Harry said. "He didn't." She shook her head, not in disagreement, in something that was more like sorrow for the thing that had been missed. "I'll make fresh tea," she said, and stood up, and he understood that the conversation had shifted into a new configuration and that the shift was real, that Mrs. Figg had just made a choice, and the choice was his. He waited. The ring warmed. The formal review was completed in 23 days instead of 30. The Veritaserum examination confirmed what the oath record had established: Sirius Black had not betrayed the Potters. The real secret keeper had been Peter Pettigrew. The ministry, faced with a full public record that was now both legal and very visible, moved with the specific hurried efficiency of an institution trying to get ahead of a scandal it had created. Sirius was fully exonerated on June 11. Harry got the news in a letter from Sable that arrived with a second letter, this one on unfamiliar parchment, the handwriting unsteady in the way of someone who had not written many letters in 8 years and whose hands were not quite steady yet for reasons that had nothing to do with writing. "Harry. They told me who filed the petition. They told me how old you are. I have been trying to write this letter for 3 days and I don't have the words. I'm going to keep trying. I'll find you. If you want me to. I don't want to push. But if you want, your father was my best friend. And you got me out." Sirius Harry read this letter sitting in the vault, with the amber light and the 4 presences around him. He read it 3 times. He put it very carefully in the inside pocket of his jacket, close to the rings. He wrote back, "Sirius. I want you to find me. Come to Privet Drive whenever you're well enough, I'll know when you're outside. My father named you for a reason. I think he knew who you were. I'll be here." Harry he climbed out of the vault and looked at the apple tree in the June evening light. The tree had 17 apples on it, all of them good. He picked one. He was 10 years old and Sirius Black was free and Dumbledore had been publicly ruled against on 4 grounds in a Wisengamot session for the first time in living memory, and Harry had done it with letters and books and a 9-year-old's research and 45 rings and the stubborn absolute refusal to believe that things which were wrong could not be made right. He ate the apple. He went inside and made dinner. He had a year before Hogwarts. He had so much left to do. Chapter 5. Before the letters Sirius Black arrived at Privet Drive on a Thursday evening in late June, 2 weeks after his exoneration, and Harry knew he was there before he knocked because the Black family ring went warm in a way it never had before, not the fierce electric pulse of the Wisengamot session, not the archived resonance of records and oaths. Something alive. Something present, standing on the pavement outside number 4 with his hands in his pockets and the particular quality of stillness that belonged to people who had spent years learning how to take up as little space as possible. Harry was already at the front door when Sirius raised his hand to knock. He opened it. Sirius Black was 31 years old and looked both younger and older than that simultaneously, younger in the face, which still had the angular handsomeness of someone who'd been striking at 22 and hadn't entirely lost it despite everything, and older in the eyes, which had a quality of depth that came specifically from having been somewhere very dark for a very long time and having come back out of it. He was thin in the way of someone who had been thin for years and was only beginning to reverse it, and he was wearing new robes that fit him approximately the way new robes fit someone who'd forgotten what their own measurements were. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. Something moved between them that didn't need language. The Black family ring warm and the Gryffindor ring warm and 8 years of Azkaban and 10 years of Privet Drive and 2 people who were the only family the other one had, standing in a doorway in Surrey on a June evening with the last of the daylight going gold around them. Sirius said, "You look like James." "I know," Harry said. "Come in." "Are your relatives out?" Harry said. "Until 9. He stepped back and held the door, and Sirius came inside. They went to the kitchen because the kitchen was where people sat in houses, and Harry put the kettle on because that was what you did, and Sirius sat at the kitchen table and looked around with the expression of someone trying to read a situation from its physical evidence, taking in the Dursley kitchen, immaculate, impersonal, with the particular quality of a space maintained to standards rather than lived in. His eyes went to the cupboard under the stairs. He looked at the lock on it. He looked at Harry. "That's not a storage cupboard," Sirius said, very quietly. "No," Harry said. A silence. Harry watched Sirius process this, watched the specific, controlled journey of someone receiving information that made them want to react in a large way, who was making the deliberate choice to stay steady instead. His jaw tightened. His hands, flat on the kitchen table, pressed down for one moment. "How long?" Sirius said. "It's fine now," Harry said. "That's not what I asked." Harry looked at him. Through Helga's lens, the specific pain of someone who felt responsible for a harm they couldn't have prevented, and the specific anger of someone who was deciding what to do with that pain. "Since I was old enough to have a room," Harry said. The cupboard was the room. "I have the small bedroom upstairs now, Dudley's second bedroom. Things are better than they were." "Better than they were," Sirius repeated. He was keeping his voice very level. "Harry, I know," Harry said. He brought the tea to the table and sat across from Sirius. "I know it's wrong. I'm not going to pretend it was fine. But I need you to know that I'm all right. I need that to be something you believe before we talk about anything else, because if you spend this conversation worrying about what happened to me in the past, we won't get to what's happening now." Sirius looked at him. Harry looked back. "You're 10, Sirius said. "Yes," Harry agreed. Sirius laughed, a short, helpless sound, surprised out of him. He ran a hand through his hair, which was longer than it should have been and slightly less than tidy, and his eyes did something complicated and arrived somewhere that was not quite resolved but was willing to be redirected. "All right," he said. "Tell me what's happening now." So Harry told him. Not everything at once, the full scope of it would take several conversations, and he understood that Sirius needed to be able to process information rather than be drowned in it. But the structure, the vault, the rings, the knowledge, the work he'd been doing for the past 4 years. Sirius listened with the specific quality of attention that Harry had noticed was particular to intelligent people who were also genuinely interested, not just waiting for their turn to speak, but actually following the thread, making connections as they came. He didn't interrupt once. When Harry finished the part he'd decided to give for now, Sirius sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling for a moment and then looked back at Harry and said, "The founders. All 4. "Yes." "And Dumbledore buried the rings." "Yes." "Before you were born." "According to the Gringotts records, the first ring was buried approximately 14 months before my birth. The collection was completed about a month before I arrived here." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "He visited your parents," he said, not quite to Harry, more like thinking aloud. "Regularly." "In the last year before," he stopped. "I thought it was support. Wartime, he was the leader, he visited his people." He paused again. "He was building the vault." "Yes," Harry said. "He was planning this before you were even born." Sirius's voice was still controlled, but the temperature underneath it was rising, and Harry understood this was not a moment to manage, this was a moment to let happen, because Sirius needed to feel this clearly and completely, and he'd been in a place for 8 years where feeling things clearly was a survival risk. "He knew you were coming. The prophecy, and he thought it was necessary," Harry said. "He probably still thinks it was necessary." "It's not, I know," Harry said. "But understanding why he did it matters for what comes next. He didn't do it out of cruelty. He did it because he has a plan, and the plan requires a specific kind of Harry Potter, and the Harry Potter who grows up with 45 Lordship rings and 4 founders worth of knowledge is not that Harry Potter." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "And you're not going to give him the version he wants?" "No," Harry said. "I'm not. Something settled in Sirius's expression, something that had been hovering between grief and fury found a third option, which was something like fierce, specific pride. He leaned forward and put his elbows on the table and said, "Okay. What do you need from me?" What Harry needed from Sirius was complicated and also simple. Simple, a safe house. A place outside Privet Drive where he could meet with Hermione and Neville and practice things that required space he didn't have in the Dursley back garden. Sirius, whose exoneration had restored access to his family's assets, had Grimmauld Place, which was dark and somewhat haunted by the worst tendencies of black family history, but which had wards that were several centuries old and had the advantage of being entirely under Harry's lordship through the Black Ring. Complicated, Sirius himself was someone who needed to be handled with the specific care that Helga's knowledge said you gave to people who were in recovery from sustained trauma, not fragile, not to be kept from difficult truths, but needing honesty about his own state alongside honesty about everything else. Harry had read about Azkaban. He knew what Dementors did. He also knew, from Helga's deep care magic, that the best thing for Sirius was not to be managed but to be needed. Not patronized. Not protected. Used, in the best sense, genuinely useful, genuinely part of something, genuinely seen as the person he was rather than the symbol of what he'd survived. So Harry told him what the plan was, in full. All of it. The Wisengamot seats, the legal architecture, the monitoring spell, the Horcrux theory he'd begun working through from Salazar's knowledge about soul magic and why Voldemort's death had been an anomaly rather than a conclusion. All of it. Sirius listened to the Horcrux section with the specific attention of someone receiving information that reframed everything he'd understood about a significant event. When Harry finished, Sirius said, "He's not dead." "Not entirely," Harry said. "And you've known this." "I've suspected it for about a year. The theory is solid. I'm still working out the implications." Sirius sat with this for a long moment. "James would have," he stopped. "Tried again." "Your father would have," he shook his head. "He would have been proud in a way that would have been embarrassing for both of you." Harry looked at the table for a moment and felt something move through him, warm and complicated, not grief exactly but adjacent to it, the feeling of wanting something you can't have and understanding that the wanting itself was a kind of acknowledgement. "Tell me about him," Harry said. "When you're ready. Tell me who he was." Sirius looked at him with an expression that Harry couldn't fully parse through any of the Founder's lenses because it was just, human, entirely human, the face of someone who had carried something alone for a very long time and had just been offered someone to carry it with. "Yeah," Sirius said. "Okay." He cleared his throat. "First thing you need to know is he was terrible at potions and absolutely refused to admit it. They talked until 9. And then Harry heard the Dursley car in the drive and Sirius left through the back gate with the ease of someone who had spent his 20s leaving places through back gates, and the evening went back to its normal texture, but something had permanently changed in the quality of the air at number 4, Privet Drive, as though the house had been reminded that what went on inside it was not, in fact, invisible. Grimmauld Place in July was a project. The house had been empty since before Sirius went to Azkaban, and the Black family wards had maintained its physical integrity but done nothing for its atmosphere, which was a masterclass in sustained generational negativity. Dark portraits that didn't have pleasant things to say. Furniture that seemed to have absorbed the energy of the people who'd used it and was now radiating it back into the rooms. A pervasive smell of old magic in closed spaces and the specific staleness of a house that had not been loved in a long time. Harry walked through it on his first visit with Sirius and looked at everything with the assessing attention of someone deciding what a place was for. He could feel the wards, old, layered, the Black family magic deep in the walls, and underneath it, his own ring's resonance, because the ring made him the master of the property, and the property knew it. "It's a good house," Harry said. Sirius looked at him with an expression that suggested he had never once considered this possibility. "The bones are good," Harry said. "The wards are extraordinary. The space is correct." He turned in the front hallway. "It just needs someone to want it properly." "My mother screams if anyone touches the portrait at the end of the hall," Sirius said. She's a portrait, Harry said. She doesn't have rights to the property. He walked to the end of the hall and looked at the portrait of Walburga Black. She was glaring out of the canvas with the specific magnificent fury of a woman who had made her entire personality out of being right and resenting people who disagreed. Harry looked at her with the patient, assessing calm that he brought to everything. She started to open her mouth. "No," Harry said. She blinked. The shriek died before it began, which was, from the expression on her portrait face, a deeply novel experience. Harry pressed the founder's ring and the black ring both to the wall beside the portrait, letting both seals resonate with the house magic, establishing clearly and unambiguously who was master of the property. Walburga Black looked at the seals. She looked at Harry. Her expression went through several phases and arrived, grudgingly, at something that was not respect but was at least the recognition of hierarchy. She said nothing. "Thank you," Harry said, and went to help Sirius start opening windows. Hermione arrived in mid-July, with her parents, who had accepted Harry's invitation to see the house with the careful adventurousness of people who had decided to take their daughter's extraordinary new world seriously. Jean Granger walked into Grimmauld Place and looked around with the focused attention of a woman who assessed things practically, and said, "The kitchen needs completely redoing. The rest just needs light and cleaning." She was entirely correct. They stayed for 4 days. Jean and her husband Richard, who was the quieter of the two but watched everything with the sharp, interested attention of a man who was updating his model of the world, helped clean. Sirius turned out to be surprisingly effective at domestic tasks when he had company, which Harry suspected was less about the tasks and more about the company. Hermione went straight to the library. Grimmauld Place had a library that was, by Hermione's assessment upon entering it, the finest private collection she had ever seen, and she said this at some volume while already pulling books from the shelves. Harry stood in the doorway and watched her for a moment and felt the warm uncomplicated thing that her presence reliably generated. "We should catalog it," she said. "Obviously," Harry said. "Some of these will be restricted in the Hogwarts library. Or removed. Dark magic texts." She was already reading the spine of one with the focused frown of someone identifying a genus. "Technically some of them are probably illegal. Salazar Slytherin wrote several of them," Harry said. "They're not illegal. They're historically significant. And practically useful." She turned and looked at him. This was the moment. 4 months of letters had built the framework, but frameworks weren't the same as the full picture, and Hermione was someone who needed the full picture. He'd been deciding, since June, how much to show her. He'd made his decision in the vault the previous night. He let the rings become visible. She went very still. Then she stepped closer and looked at them with the specific intensity of someone examining primary evidence rather than performing amazement, counting them, looking at the details of each one. She reached out and stopped just before touching the founder's ring, the way a person who understood magical objects stopped before touching one they hadn't been invited to touch. "All 45, she said. "Yes. The founder's combined knowledge." She said it the way she processed everything, analytically, while simultaneously rearranging the implications. "That's why you understood the intent anchoring theory. You didn't just read about it. You have it." "Yes." She turned this over for a moment. He watched her decide not to be upset that he hadn't told her sooner, watched her apply the same fairness to him that she applied to academic problems, acknowledging that partial disclosure had been reasonable and moving forward from the current state. It was one of the things he most valued about her. "The Horcrux theory," she said. "You mentioned it in one of your letters. The soul-splitting mechanism." "Yes. Show me what you've worked out." They sat in the Grimmauld library for 6 hours. Harry laid out the theory and Hermione went at it with all 4 limbs, finding gaps, plugging them, cross-referencing with 3 books she'd already pulled from the shelves, and by the time Sirius came to tell them dinner was ready she had produced a written synthesis that was more complete than anything Harry had managed alone. She was better at structural analysis when given good raw material. He was better at generating the raw material. The collaboration was, as it always was, better than either of them working separately. "We need to find them," she said over dinner, meaning the Horcruxes. "Before Hogwarts or during. Waiting for him to get stronger while we're in school seems backwards." "We start identifying them," Harry said. "We don't destroy them yet. We need to understand each one before we go near it." "Agreed." The diary. Salazar's chamber record mentions a diary connected to a memory. She was already pulling her notebook toward her. "We should start there." Sirius, who had been listening to this exchange with the expression of a man watching two 10-year-olds calmly plan the dismantling of the darkest wizard in a century over pasta, said, "Should I be alarmed by how comfortable you both are with this?" "Probably not," Harry said. "Comfort is more useful than alarm," Hermione said. "Alarm is a response to uncertainty. We've reduced the uncertainty." Sirius looked at them both. "Right," he said. "More pasta." Neville came in August. He arrived with his grandmother Augusta Longbottom, who was a formidable woman in her 60s with a hat that had a stuffed vulture on it and the bearing of someone who had spent 40 years being correct and expected to continue. She looked at Harry with the evaluating attention of a woman assessing whether this 10-year-old was an appropriate associate for her grandson. Harry met the look. He let Augusta Longbottom look at him properly, not the managed performance, not the invisible version, the actual Harry, including the specific quiet authority that 4 years with the rings had made natural. It was not a performance of authority. It was simply what he was now, and people with good instincts tended to recognize it. Augusta's expression shifted fractionally. She said, "You got Sirius Black released." "Yes," Harry said. "You're 10. Almost 11, Harry said. She looked at Sirius, who was standing to Harry's left with the slightly amused expression he'd taken to wearing in situations he'd decided to trust Harry with. Then she looked back at Harry. "Neville speaks of you often," she said, and this was, from Augusta Longbottom, an indicator of something significant, because she said it with the specific precision of someone making a considered statement rather than small talk. "He's exceptional," Harry said. "His magical affinity is something most people can't develop at all and he has it naturally. With the right encouragement he'll be one of the most capable wizards of our generation." Augusta looked at her grandson. Neville had gone slightly pink, but he was standing straighter than Harry had seen him yet, and when Augusta looked at him there was something between them that had shifted, not repaired. They had years of specific misunderstanding to work through, but the first hairline crack of reconsideration. "See that you don't let him down," Augusta told Harry. "I won't," Harry said. Simple and entirely meant. Neville came in. That afternoon Harry took both Hermione and Neville to the Grimmauld Library and gave Neville the books on Helga Hufflepuff's domain of magic, the real texts, the foundational ones, and watched Neville go through them with the specific absorption of someone reading about themselves. Neville's commentary as he read was not tentative. It was the commentary of someone who was finally seeing a language they'd been speaking their whole life written down for the first time. "This is why the mandrakes grew," Neville said, pointing to a passage. "In the greenhouse at Gran's. She always said it was overwatering." "It wasn't overwatering," Harry said. "It was me," Neville said. And this time it wasn't an admission of embarrassment, it was the straightforward acknowledgement of someone claiming a thing that was theirs. "Yes," Harry said. Neville looked at the page. Then he looked at Harry with the direct honesty that was his specific quality. "Why are you doing this? You don't, you could just go to Hogwarts and do this on your own." "No," Harry said. "I couldn't." "You could. You have," Neville gestured, a slightly helpless motion toward the general fact of Harry. "I have a lot," Harry agreed. "What I don't have is Hermione's structural analysis or your biological magic or what either of you see that I don't. And what I need isn't someone to stand behind me." He paused. "I need people who'll tell me when I'm wrong." Hermione, from 3 shelves over where she'd been cataloging, "You're wrong about the 5th chapter of Sable's legal analysis by the way." The admissibility section should be read in conjunction with the 1956 amendment, not independently. See? Harry said. Neville looked between them and then did the thing that was very Neville. He didn't say anything dramatic, he just nodded, once, with the solidity of someone making a decision that was going to hold. All right, he said, and went back to reading. The last 2 weeks of August were when the world decided to become relevant. Harry was in the Grimmauld Library on a Tuesday evening, working through Salazar's extended notes on soul magic, when Sirius came in from the front of the house with an expression Harry had learned to read as, "Something just happened and it's not good." "Someone tried to get through the front wards," Sirius said. Harry looked up. "Who?" "Couldn't tell. They didn't get in." But it wasn't idle curiosity, whoever it was knew what they were doing. They tested 3 specific ward layers before they stopped. Harry was quiet for a moment. He reached through the ring connection to the house wards, the black family magic reporting the recent intrusion attempt like a memory, clear and specific. Sirius was right. The approach had been methodical. Professional. It had the specific signature of someone who had done this before. He identified the magical signature. Not Dumbledore directly. Someone from his circle, but not the same person as the garden monitoring spell. Someone else. Which meant Dumbledore knew about Grimmauld Place and had sent someone to assess it, and the assessment had been recent, within the last hour. "Pack up anything sensitive," Harry said. He was already closing the book and standing. "Not a permanent departure. Just precautionary." Sirius looked at him. "You're not going to, I'm not worried about them getting in," Harry said. "The wards are mine and they're 400 years old and keyed to the Black Ring, which means short of me inviting someone in, nothing's getting through them. But I want to know why now." He looked at Sirius. "It's August. My Hogwarts letter should have arrived 3 weeks ago." Sirius had clearly not thought of this. Now he did, and his expression shifted. "He's holding the letters. He's held every Hogwarts letter I should have received, the accidental magic notification, the Lordship notification from the Ministry, and now apparently the school letters. He knows I'm here. He knows something has changed. He's trying to find the shape of it." Harry straightened. "He's running out of time to do anything about it. Term starts September 1st. So what do we do?" "We go," Harry said. "To Hogwarts. On September 1st. The letters don't matter, Gringotts has formal documentation of my enrollment status through the Lordship standing, and Hogwarts itself, the castle, the wards, already knows who I am. The sorting will happen regardless of whether Dumbledore's tried to hold the letters." Sirius looked at him for a moment. "He's going to be there." "Yes," Harry said. "He's going to have questions." "He's going to have a lot of questions," Harry agreed pleasantly. "That's fine. I have some for him too." September 1st arrived with the particular clarity of early autumn, cool, bright, the kind of morning that felt purposeful. Sirius drove them to King's Cross in a car that was technically Muggle but had certain modifications that Sirius had installed with the cheerful disregard for regulations of someone who had only recently remembered what regulations were. Harry sat in the front with him while Hermione and her parents and Neville and his grandmother filled the back and the boot, which was larger on the inside than the outside and very well organized. Platform 9 3/4 was everything Harry had expected and also nothing like any expectation he'd actually formed, because expectations were formed from descriptions and descriptions were always lossy, and the platform was alive in the way of a thing that was genuinely, actively real, the scarlet steam engine enormous and present, the noise and movement of hundreds of witches and wizards seeing their children off, the specific mixture of excitement and grief that platform goodbyes always had. Harry stood for a moment with his trunk at his feet and his owl, a tawny one he'd acquired in August and named in tribute to the apple tree, Pippin, on her perch, and looked at it all. He looked across the platform and found Dumbledore immediately. Dumbledore was standing near the far end of the train in the way of someone who was present without appearing to be present, robes of deep purple, beard and half-moon spectacles and the extraordinary still quality of someone who controlled a great deal of space without appearing to move in it. He was scanning the platform with the practiced alertness of a man who was looking for something specific. His eyes found Harry at exactly the same moment Harry found him. They looked at each other across the noise and steam of platform 9 3/4. Harry did not look away. Dumbledore went very still. Not dramatically, most people on the platform wouldn't have noticed it. But Harry noticed, because he'd been watching Dumbledore the way Salazar's training had taught him to watch important things, for the involuntary response that told you more than the managed one. And Dumbledore's involuntary response to Harry standing on the platform with the easy confidence of someone who had nothing to hide and nothing to fear, was shock. Quickly controlled, immediately managed, but genuinely there for 1/2 second. He hadn't expected this Harry Potter. He'd expected the boy he'd planned for. Harry held the look for one more moment and then turned to Sirius and said, "We should find a compartment." Sirius had been watching the exchange with the quiet attention he'd developed for Harry's significant moments. "That was Dumbledore," he said, "not a question." "Yes," Harry said. He looked, "I know," Harry said. "Come on." The goodbyes with Sirius were brief and real. Sirius hugged him with the specific fierceness of someone who had only recently learned that they were allowed to, and Harry hugged back with the same genuine uncomplicated warmth, and then Sirius said quietly, against the top of his head, "Your father would have been on that train making everyone's lives interesting before it left the platform." "I'll be more strategic about it," Harry said. Sirius laughed and let go and stepped back. "Right," he said. "Every week," Harry promised. He said goodbye to Jean and Richard Granger, who had both hugged him with the warmth of people who had decided he was someone worth hugging, and to Augusta Longbottom, who shook his hand with a grip that was both firm and approving, and then he and Hermione and Neville found a compartment toward the middle of the train and settled in as the whistle blew. The train moved. Privet Drive fell away. Surrey fell away. The world outside the window became the open countryside of late summer, golden and wide, and Harry sat with his friends, his actual friends, the ones who knew him and had been chosen deliberately and had chosen back, and felt something very specific settle in him. Not peace, exactly. More like readiness. "There's a student from a Death Eater family in the compartment 2 down, Hermione said, who had done her preparatory reading with characteristic thoroughness. "Draco Malfoy. He's been looking this way twice since we boarded." "He'll come," Harry said. "Let him." "And the Weasley twins are in the compartment behind us," Neville said. He'd been more at ease than Harry had ever seen him in the weeks at Grimmauld, and the ease was settling into something permanent. "I heard them, they're planning something involving a first-year Slytherin and what sounded like a canary cream." "I like them already," Harry said. Outside the window, England rolled by in the last of the summer light, and the Hogwarts Express carried them forward, and in his pocket the 45 rings were warm and steady and entirely present, and ahead of them, somewhere in the darkening north, a castle waited that had been built by people whose knowledge Harry carried, whose magic ran in the stones and the wards and the deep enchantments that the edited version of Hogwarts, a history had tried and failed to fully describe. It knew he was coming. He could feel it. A knock at the compartment door, and it slid open, and Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway with 2 large boys behind him and the specific expression of someone who had rehearsed their entrance and was now performing it. He looked at Harry with the assessment that people who'd been raised to care about bloodlines did, taking stock, arriving at conclusions. Then he looked at Neville. At Hermione. At Harry again. "Harry Potter," he said. "Draco Malfoy," Harry said easily. Malfoy's expression flickered slightly at being named first, a small disruption to the prepared script. "You should know that it matters, at Hogwarts, who you associate with." His eyes went to Hermione. "Some people are, if the next word is anything dismissive about my friend's parentage," Harry said pleasantly, "I'd suggest you reconsider." He didn't raise his voice. He didn't stand up. He just looked at Malfoy with the calm, specific attention of someone who was both entirely serious and entirely unbothered. Malfoy looked at him. Harry looked back. Something moved in Malfoy's expression, the specific thing that happened when someone encountered something that didn't match their expectation and didn't have a prepared response ready. He'd come expecting a confused, overwhelmed boy who didn't know the rules. He'd found something else. "I'll see you at the sorting," Malfoy said, and left. The compartment door slid shut. Neville let out a slow breath. Hermione was writing something in her notebook. She'd started a new one for the year, labeled Year 1, practical on the cover in her precise handwriting. "That went fine," Neville said. "It did," Harry agreed. He looked out the window. The light was going properly now, the late evening blue of moving north, and the first stars were appearing, and somewhere up ahead the Hogwarts Express was crossing into magical Scotland, and the castle was ahead of them in the dark, and Voldemort's not-quite-ghost was somewhere in the world and didn't know yet what was coming for it. And Dumbledore was on a platform in London recalibrating a plan he'd built over a decade for a version of Harry Potter that had never arrived. Harry watched the stars appear one by one. He was 11 years old in 30 days. He was ready. Chapter 6, Platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express crossed into Scotland somewhere around 8 in the evening, and Harry felt it, a distinct shift in the ambient magical field outside the window, the way the air changes when you move from a valley into open country. The magic up here was older and wilder than the careful, maintained quality of Wizarding London. It had the texture of something that had been doing what it was doing for a very long time without caring particularly whether anyone was watching. He pressed his hand against the cold glass. The rings warmed one by one, like instruments tuning to a new key. Hermione looked up from her notes. She'd been cataloging what she knew about the first-year curriculum, which was considerable, and annotating it against the foundational theory she'd spent the summer absorbing. Her notebook was already 40 pages in and the train hadn't arrived yet. "You feel it," she said. "The castle," Harry said. "Me too," Neville said, quietly, from across the compartment. He was looking out the other window. "It's like," he paused, searching for the word. "Like it's breathing," Harry said. Neville pointed at him. "Yes. Exactly that." Hermione put her pen down. "The founding enchantments," she said. Rowena's ward theory, the intent anchoring, the way she described the castle as a living system rather than a static structure. If the wards are genuinely intent anchored, then the castle is responsive in a literal sense. "It's not metaphor." "No," Harry said. "It's not." The compartment door slid open without a knock and the Weasley twins came in. They arrived in the way they did everything, apparently, simultaneously, with the energy of something that had been contained and had recently stopped bothering to be. They were identical in the way that made identification initially difficult and became easy almost immediately, because they moved slightly differently, leaned differently, had the same face arranged into subtly distinct expressions. The one on the left was more watchful. The one on the right moved first. "Harry Potter," said the left one. "We've been debating," said the right one, "whether to come introduce ourselves since Paddington." "We resolved the debate," said the left one. "George won," said the right one, because he argued that anyone Malfoy walked away from without getting what he wanted was worth knowing. "I'm Fred," said the left one, which made this statement about George somewhat circular, and both of them seemed aware of this and unbothered by it. "Harry," Harry said. "Hermione." "Neville." Fred and George looked at the three of them with the rapid assessment of people who evaluated new information quickly and made decisions based on it rather than on categories. Their eyes went to Hermione's notebook, already visible interest, and to Neville, who they seemed to recognize from some mutual acquaintance that Harry hadn't yet mapped, and then back to Harry. "You handled Malfoy," George said. "He left on his own," Harry said. "That's the handling," Fred said. "He never leaves on his own. He usually needs physical encouragement." He tilted his head. "How?" "I just looked at him," Harry said. A pause. Then Fred said, to George, "I told you." "You didn't tell me anything," George said. "I implied." "Strongly." They settled into the compartment with the ease of people who had decided a situation was comfortable and were going to make themselves at home in it, and what followed was the most genuinely entertaining hour of the train journey, because the twins were funny in the precise way that Harry found most satisfying, fast, self-aware, never quite as chaotic as they appeared, with the specific intelligence of people who had been underestimated so consistently that they'd stopped performing for anyone who did the underestimating and were simply themselves for everyone else. They were working on something, it emerged. A product line. A range of sweets and items that the wizarding market currently did not offer and that Hogwarts students specifically would pay well for. The market research, Fred said, suggests a gap in the area of practical joke items with actual magical sophistication. Current products are crude, George agreed. No elegance. No precision. A dung bomb is a dung bomb. What you want, Fred said, is something that has multiple applications, is self-limiting in its effects, and creates maximum confusion with minimum collateral damage to the user. Hermione said, without looking up from her notebook, you want a product that's internally charmed to distinguish between target and operator. That's quite advanced. Both twins turned toward her with the particular alertness of people who had just heard something relevant. Go on, George said. She explained the charm theory, briefly, clearly, the way she explained everything. Harry watched the twins absorb it, watched the rapid internal calculation behind their expressions, and thought, yes, these two are going to be important. Not in the way that Hermione and Neville were important, the specific chosen deliberately importance of people he'd built with. But important in the way that genuinely capable, creative, principled people were always important, which was that they could make things happen that straight-line thinking couldn't. You could just give them the framework, he said to Hermione. She looked at him. I was going to. In exchange, Fred said, with great dignity, for early access to all future products. And a percentage of any product that uses the framework, Hermione said. The twins stared at her. That seems fair, Neville said. Fred and George looked at each other. Something passed between them that wasn't quite a conversation, more like a consensus reached through proximity. We like these people, George said. We do, Fred agreed. Write it up and we'll sign it. Hermione was already writing. The boats across the Black Lake were the first time Hogwarts was truly visible, and Harry sat in the prow of a boat with Neville beside him and watched the castle come into view from the water and felt the Founder's magic hit him like a chord, all four, simultaneously, resonating through the rings with the specific recognition of something encountering the place it came from. The castle was vast and lit from within, towers and battlements against the Scottish night sky, the lake reflecting it in wavering gold, and the air above the water was cold and alive in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Around him, other first-years were doing various versions of speechlessness. Some open mouths. Some whispered exclamations. A girl in the next boat had tears on her face that she didn't seem aware of. Neville was quiet. Harry looked at him and Neville said, very low, it's like it knows us. Yes, Harry said. That should be unsettling. Is it? Neville thought about it honestly. No, he said. The boats touched the bank. Hagrid, enormous, kind, and looking at Harry with the specific expression of someone who had carried a baby through a destroyed house on a motorbike and was experiencing the complicated emotion of that memory against the reality of an 11-year-old boy who looked like his father, took a visible breath when Harry stepped out of the boat and said, "Yeah, look just like your dad, Harry. Just like him." "I've been told," Harry said warmly. "Thank you for bringing me here when I was one. I know that was a difficult night." Hagrid made a sound that was definitely not him crying, and pulled out a handkerchief to attend to a non-existent cold. Harry squeezed his arm as he passed, which Hagrid clearly had not expected and which made the handkerchief situation significantly worse. Hermione appeared at his shoulder. "That was kind," she said. "He carried me through rubble," Harry said. "It seemed like the minimum." They went into the castle. The entrance hall was stone and firelight and the specific quality of a space that had been receiving students for 1,000 years and had developed a certain calm about it. The ceiling was so high it was dark. The staircases were already behaving. Harry could feel the castle's awareness, a gentle presence at the edge of his perception, curious and familiar. He looked around at the stone walls, the suits of armor, the great doors leading to the great hall, and thought, hello. The castle's ambient magic pulsed once, warm and deep, exactly like the vault's heartbeat. McGonagall appeared from a side door. She was precisely as the vault's historical records described, which was to say the records couldn't have described her adequately because she was one of those people who was simply more present in reality than descriptions could capture. Sharp face, tartan trim on her robes, the bearing of someone who had extremely high standards and the decency to also hold herself to them. She looked at the group of first years with the clear-eyed assessment of someone who had been doing this for decades and could read a first-year class in about 4 seconds. Her eyes found Harry. She held the look for exactly 2 seconds, long enough to see him properly, not long enough to make it obvious she was doing so. He saw the assessment happen, saw it complete, saw something in her expression shift fractionally in a way he couldn't quite read but that felt, through Helga's lens, like respect that had not fully expected to be generated by this particular situation. She gave them the speech about the sorting, the houses, the qualities, the general expectations. Her voice was direct and neither condescending nor falsely warm. Harry appreciated precision in tone. Then she went back through the side door. Draco Malfoy appeared at Harry's elbow. "Potter." "Malfoy," Harry said. "Last chance," Malfoy said, more quietly than he'd spoken on the train. Harry noted this, the shift toward something almost private. "You don't know how things work here yet. There are people who can help you navigate it and people who can't. The associations you make tonight matter." Harry looked at him. Through Helga's lens, the emotional shape of Malfoy was more complex than his surface suggested. There was the performance of confidence, and underneath it something that was not quite insecurity but was the specific tension of someone carrying expectations they hadn't chosen. A boy who had been told exactly who he was for 11 years and was discovering that the person told to him and the person he was might not be entirely the same thing. Harry felt something that was not sympathy and not calculation but was somewhere between them, the recognition of a person underneath a position. "Draco," he said, and used the first name deliberately, not as a familiarity but as a specific signal, a communication of, "I see the person, not just the name." "You're not wrong that associations matter. I'd agree with that entirely. But I think we have different ideas about which ones are worth making." He paused. "I'll ask you something. The people you'd be steering me toward, if I needed them for something specific, would they help me because I'd asked them to help, or because of who my parents were?" Malfoy was quiet for a moment. "Sit with that," Harry said, without any edge to it. "And if you ever want to talk without the Crabbe and Goyle bookends, find me." He turned back to his friends. Malfoy said nothing further. Harry heard him move away. "What was that?" Neville murmured. "An investment," Harry said. "Long term. Maybe nothing. But possibly something." McGonagall returned. The first years followed her into the Great Hall. Harry had read about the Great Hall. He'd read Hermione's annotated edition of Hogwarts, a history, and Sable's documentation which referenced the hall's use for Wizengamot overflow sessions in the 14th century, and several accounts in the vault's historical records. None of them had accounted for the ceiling. The ceiling was bewitched to look like the sky outside, and the sky outside was the clear, brilliant Scottish night sky, stars from horizon to horizon, the Milky Way a pale river across the dark, and looking up at it was the specific experience of understanding something intellectually and then having your body understand it differently, more completely, more physically, in the way that seeing the actual thing always differed from knowing about the thing. He looked up for exactly 2 seconds. Then he looked at the high table. Dumbledore was already looking at him. The headmaster was seated at the center of the high table in the position of the longest-seated authority, and he was watching Harry with the specific quality of attention that Harry had studied for a year through every account he could find, blue eyes with the characteristic impression of seeing more than usual, the half-moon spectacles, the expression that was warm and present and underneath which something more calculating moved. He was processing Harry. Updating his model. The expression he'd had at King's Cross, the controlled shock, had been replaced by something more settled and more watchful, and Harry recognized what it was. Dumbledore had decided that Harry was a variable he needed to understand more fully. Good. That was the correct conclusion. Understanding required engagement, and engagement was what Harry wanted. He held Dumbledore's gaze for one beat, just one, just enough to be clear that he'd seen the looking and was returning it without apology, and then he faced forward for the sorting. The hat came out and the stool appeared, and then the hat did something that Harry had not expected despite his preparation, which was that it sang a song that included a verse specifically about unity, about the dangers of division, about the castle's history with fracture, and while the song was addressed to the room generally, Harry felt, through the Founder's ring resonance, that the hat was specifically pointing its message at the high table. He thought, the hat is independent. Good to know. Names were called. Students went up. The hat shouted its verdicts into the hall. Granger, Hermione. She walked up with her notebook still in her hand, which she had apparently forgotten to put down, and sat under the hat, and the hat took approximately 45 seconds, longer than most, before shouting Gryffindor. As she walked to the Gryffindor table, Harry caught the hat's brim angling very slightly toward the Ravenclaw table and away from it, which suggested the hat had genuinely considered both and had made a specific choice. He would have been interested to know the reasoning but suspected the hat would tell him if he asked nicely. Longbottom, Neville. Neville went up, sat down, and the hat was on his head for barely 15 seconds before it shouted Gryffindor with a clarity that suggested no debate whatsoever. Neville walked to the table with a slightly surprised expression, and Harry made a mental note to ask the hat about that one too. Malfoy, Draco. The hat was on his head for 3 seconds before Slytherin, which was the fastest sorting Harry saw that evening. Malfoy walked to the Slytherin table with the expression of someone who had known exactly what would happen and whose certainty about this felt less like pride than like inevitability. More names. Potter, Harry. He was ready for it, the hall going quiet in the specific way that happened when a name landed that the room had opinions about, the sound dropping and then rising in whispers, people leaning toward neighbors, heads turning along tables. He walked to the stool and sat down and the hat came over his eyes. Then the hat spoke, not aloud, into the hall, but privately, into his mind, with the voice of something that was very old and had seen a remarkable number of heads. Well, it said. I've been expecting something unusual this year. Have you? Harry said, in his head, the way you talk to something that lived in your thoughts. The castle's been talking about you all summer. Which is unusual because the castle doesn't generally talk. But when you have the attention of all 4 founders at once, the hat paused in the way of something genuinely impressed. I've been sorting students for 1,000 years and I've never had a head with all 4 houses simultaneously resident. Not even close. Which house? Harry asked. That's the question, isn't it? Tell me which one you think. Harry considered this genuinely. Not what he wanted or what was strategic but what was actually true. All of them, he said. But if I have to choose a home house, he thought about the vault. The amber light. The 4 voices. Gryffindor. Not because of the lion or the reputation or what the hall would think. Because Godric's knowledge sat in him as a foundation, the refusal to be made small, the choice that required courage rather than certainty, the thing that made him a 10-year-old boy in a vault instead of a frightened child on a too small cot. I agree, the hat said. Though I'd like you to know that Slytherin made an extremely compelling case and Ravenclaw would have been genuinely delighted. Please pass my regrets to both, Harry said. The hat made a sound that was not laugh but was the oldest possible thing that could be adjacent to a laugh. Gryffindor, it shouted, into the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in the way of people who had been hoping for something and gotten it. Harry walked to the table and sat next to Hermione and across from Neville and the twins, who had apparently been sorted earlier in the proceedings and had saved space with the casual proprietariness of people who were always going to, and the noise settled around him like a familiar thing. He looked at the high table. McGonagall was not applauding in the controlled way she'd been applauding other students. She was still, watching him walk to the seat, and the expression she wore was the one he hadn't been able to read before, the one that now resolved, with the full picture, into, "This one is going to matter." He gave her a small nod. She inclined her head, precisely, by about 3 degrees. Dumbledore was speaking quietly to the wizard beside him, the pale, turbaned man who Harry had already identified as Quirrell and whose ambient magical signature had a second layer he'd been carefully not looking at directly since the hall. He would look at it later, specifically and completely. Not here. He turned to Hermione. "The turban professor," he said quietly. "Quirinus Quirrell," she said immediately. "Defense against the dark arts." He's supposed to have encountered something in Eastern Europe on a sabbatical that left him rather shaky. Most accounts suggest the turban is garlic-based. She paused. "Your expression says that's not what it is." "Not the turban specifically," Harry said. "We'll talk later." She looked at him. "It's bad." "It's manageable," he said. "But yes." She wrote something in her notebook. He didn't ask what. The feast materialized on the tables the way, according to Hogwarts, a history, it had been materializing for 1,000 years, fully formed, sudden, the specific magic of a kitchen that had its own intelligence and its own pride. Harry looked at the food and was aware, with an absurdity he could feel even as he noticed it, that this was the most food he'd ever seen in one place that was meant for him. He ate. Neville tried everything and was surprisingly authoritative about the quality of the pudding. The twins argued with someone 3 seats down about Quidditch statistics in a way that was clearly a performance for entertainment rather than a sincere dispute. Hermione ate while making notes and then apologized to the notes for getting sauce on them. Percy Weasley, who Harry had clocked earlier as the prefect in the Gryffindor section, appeared at Harry's left elbow with the expression of someone who had prepared remarks. "Harry Potter," he said. "I'm Percy Weasley, Gryffindor prefect. If you need any help settling in, I'm available for questions." "Thank you," Harry said pleasantly. "I'll bear that in mind." Percy waited for something more. You've heard of Gryffindor. Founding history, house values, the specific enchantments on the dormitory wards, the history of notable Gryffindor students including the headmaster, and a rough guide to the first-year curriculum, Harry said. Percy stared at him. "Also," Neville added helpfully, "he knows about Quidditch." "I find Quidditch genuinely interesting," Harry said. "The aerodynamic theory specifically." Percy opened his mouth, appeared to recalculate, and said, "Well. Good. Settling in should be straightforward then." He withdrew with the slight dazedness of someone whose prepared remarks had been overtaken by events. Fred leaned around Hermione. "You've broken Percy." "He seemed fine," Harry said. For Percy, George agreed, that was basically a complete emotional crisis. The feast wound down and Dumbledore stood for his opening announcements, the usual ones, Harry understood, about rules and the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor, which Harry already knew was about the Philosopher's Stone because Salazar's knowledge included the protective enchantments used to guard transformative artifacts and he'd felt them the moment the castle's wards had opened up to him as a recognized presence. He listened politely. Dumbledore's voice was what you'd expect from someone who had operated at the intersection of power and performance for 60 years, warm, precise, carrying the specific authority of someone that an entire room believed in without fully understanding why. Harry listened to the voice as much as to the words, hearing in it the quality of genuine care and genuine calculation running together, inseparable, the way they always ran in Dumbledore. He did not stand out in the feast. He ate his food and talked with his friends and was present without being performance. Dumbledore did not approach him. Harry had not expected him to tonight. Tonight was preliminary. The opening moves of something that was going to take more time to play out than one feast. He was patient. Gryffindor Tower was up staircases that moved and through corridors that had the specific, slightly organic quality of a castle that was also a living system. The fat lady's portrait swung open on Caput Draconis and Harry walked into the common room and stopped. Hermione came up beside him and he felt her stillness match his, the two of them reading the same thing in the same moment. The common room was warm. Stone and fire and worn furniture and the accumulated presence of 1,000 years of students who had eaten and laughed and worried in this space. And the feeling coming from the walls was not the polished institutional warmth of the Great Hall or the formal power of the wards on the front gates. It was something more specific. More personal. Home, if home was a word you'd only ever used theoretically. "Oh," Neville said, very quietly, behind them. Harry reached back and squeezed his arm, once, without looking. He stood in the Gryffindor common room and let it settle, the belonging, the genuine sense of it, which was different from anything he'd manufactured in the Dursley years. Those years he'd made himself safe. He'd built his own security from the inside because there was nothing coming from outside. This was coming from the outside. From the stone and the fire and the history of the place, which recognized him the way the vault had recognized him, in that wordless, absolute way of a thing that had been waiting for exactly the right person to arrive. The rings were all warm simultaneously. He thought, "I'm here. We're here." The castle pulsed back, deep and slow and entirely sure. He went to find his dormitory. The first-year boys' dormitory had 5 beds, and Harry's was the one on the left by the window, not assigned, simply his, in the way that Helga's magic sometimes just made the right choice without being asked. He put his trunk at the foot of it and sat on the edge and looked at the window. The Scottish night outside was clear and cold and he could see the lake through it, the moonlight on the water. His dormitory mates were settling in with varying degrees of anxiety. Ron Weasley, he'd met him briefly in the Great Hall, youngest brother of Fred and George, with the good-natured directness of someone who hadn't yet learned to manage his expressions, was arguing with his rat about the trunk situation. Seamus Finnegan was already talking. Dean Thomas was looking at the ceiling with appreciation. Harry changed into his pajamas, which were new. He'd purchased proper ones this summer with the Gringotts card, a fact he did not take for granted, and got into the 4-poster bed and looked at the ceiling. Tomorrow Quirrell. Tomorrow Dumbledore's first real move, which would probably come through McGonagall or through some other indirect channel because Dumbledore was too careful for frontality. Tomorrow the beginning of the actual year, the classes and the social architecture and the stone mystery of the 3rd-floor corridor. Tomorrow, everything. He thought about the vault, for years ago, the stone lid sliding open and the pulse coming through the earth. He thought about Sirius in a clean house writing letters and getting slightly better every week. He thought about his parents, his mother's extraordinary innovative magic, his father's reckless loyalty, and the gap they'd left that wasn't an emptiness exactly but a shape, a presence by absence that informed everything around it. He thought about Dumbledore's face on the platform. Ron Weasley said, from 2 beds over, in the darkness, "Are you actually awake or am I talking to myself?" "Awake," Harry said. A pause. "This is mad, isn't it? I've been here before, brothers, so I've visited, but actually being here, it's different to visiting." "Yes," Harry agreed. Another pause. "Hermione Granger's your friend, yeah?" "She seems," Ron seemed to search for a word that didn't come out wrong. "Intense." "Very," Harry said. "That's a feature, not a problem." "Right." Ron seemed to turn this over. "She knew everything at the feast. About everything. It was slightly terrifying. She read everything before we arrived," Harry said. "Ask her about it tomorrow. She'll explain it better than I will." "Yeah. Yes. She likes explaining things to people who are actually listening." A longer pause, the comfortable kind. "What about Neville?" "He seemed, people were a bit, in the boats there were some comments. Neville is one of the most capable people I know," Harry said. It came out with the straightforward certainty of a statement of fact rather than a defense, because that was what it was. Anyone who tells you otherwise hasn't looked properly. Silence. Okay, Ron said. Just, okay. With the straightforward acceptance of someone who had decided to update their model rather than defend the old one. Night then. Night, Harry said. He closed his eyes. The castle breathed around him, the deep, living, thousand-year breath of a place that was also a system, a ward, an intent, a home. He let the rings go warm and quiet. He slept, and for the first time in his life, the sleep happened in a place that was holding him on purpose. McGonagall caught him in the corridor outside the Great Hall at 7:15 the next morning before breakfast. He'd half expected it. She'd moved fast, which he respected. A word, Mr. Potter, she said, which was not quite a question, and steered him into a side room with the calm authority of someone who had been redirecting students for 40 years and had refined it to an art. The side room was a small office, not hers, a general administrative space, with a desk and 2 chairs and a window looking into an internal courtyard. She did not sit. She stood with her hands behind her back and looked at him with the full, specific attention she'd been giving him since the platform. You received no Hogwarts letter, she said. No, Harry agreed. I was informed this morning by the headmaster that there were complications in the letter delivery. I'm aware, Harry said. Something moved in McGonagall's expression. Very controlled, very quick, but Helga's lens caught it. She already knew the letter delivery was not a complication in any accidental sense. She'd been told it was, and she knew the telling was not accurate, and she was sitting with what that meant. The headmaster will want to speak with you this week, she said. To discuss your situation. Of course, Harry said pleasantly. I'm happy to speak with him. He'll want to know, she paused. This was the interesting part, Harry noted. She'd started a sentence and was editing it in real time. He has a particular concern for your welfare, she said finally, in a tone that was carefully neutral. I know, Harry said. He looked at her directly. Professor McGonagall. You've been at Hogwarts for, I believe it's 30 years. 32, she said, and the specificity was reflexive, the automatic correction of someone who was precise. You know the headmaster well, Harry said. Very well, she said, equally careful. Then you know that his concern for people's welfare is genuine, Harry said, and that it sometimes expresses itself in ways that are difficult for the people he's concerned about. She held his gaze. There was a quality to her stillness in that moment that Harry recognized as a person of great integrity standing at an intersection between competing loyalties, doing the work of that standing. He didn't push. He simply let the observation be there, clear and unemotional. You're not what I expected, she said. What did you expect? A boy who needed looking after, she said. I've been looking after myself for a while, Harry said. I'm not opposed to help. I just need it to be the kind of help that's actually for me. She looked at him for a long moment. Something settled in her expression, a decision, made cleanly. I see, she said. And then, welcome to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. My class begins Monday at 9 sharp. I recommend reading the first 3 chapters of Transfiguration, a beginner's guide before you arrive. I've read the whole book, Harry said. And the second year one. McGonagall blinked. Just once. Then read them again and tell me what the author gets wrong in chapter 7. She turned and left. Harry stood in the administrative office for a moment. He thought, yes. Her. He went to breakfast. Chapter 7. The schoolboy's Monday arrived with the specific ambition of a Scottish autumn morning, cold, clear, the kind of air that made everything feel slightly more urgent than it had the day before. Harry was up at 6, dressed, and in the common room writing to Sirius before most of Gryffindor Tower had decided to exist. The letter was brief and factual, arrived, sorted, Gryffindor as expected, the castle is everything the vault described and then some, Quirrell is a problem I'll explain in person, Dumbledore hasn't approached directly yet but McGonagall is going to be useful. He signed it, gave it to Pippin, and watched her go out the tower window into the Scottish grey with the effortless confidence of an owl who understood her job. He spent the remaining hour before breakfast with Rowena's advanced charm theory, working through a particular application he'd been developing since August, a detection ward that could identify magical signatures with more specificity than the standard monitoring charms the castle used. The castle's existing wards were excellent. They were also 1,000 years old and designed for the threats of 1,000 years ago. He was adding to them, carefully, with the permission that the ring connection to the castle gave him. Not overriding. Layering. Like adding a new instrument to an orchestra that was already playing, the music changed slightly, enriched, but the fundamental composition remained. By the time the common room was filling up with bleary first years and slightly less bleary older students, he'd finished the detection ward framework and was eating the toast Neville had brought him from the breakfast tray someone had thought to put near the fire. "You were up early," Neville said, sitting beside him with his own plate. "Correspondence," Harry said. "To Sirius? And to Sable. I need to file the paperwork for the Wizengamot seat activation properly now that I'm at Hogwarts. She's handling it remotely but I need to authorize each seat individually and I've been working through the list." He looked at Neville. "How did you sleep?" Neville considered this. "Better than I expected. The dormitory it feels right. Does that make sense?" "Yes," Harry said. "The castle knows you're supposed to be here." Neville looked at his toast. "Gran sent an owl last night. She said, well." He paused. "She said she's glad I'm in Gryffindor." She sounded surprised. Harry waited. "I think she expected Hufflepuff," Neville said. Not bitterly. Just with the clear-eyed honesty he'd been developing over the summer. "Because of the magic thing. She thought that I didn't have." He stopped and straightened slightly. The hat didn't hesitate. "No," Harry said. "It didn't." "What did it say to you?" Neville asked. "If you don't mind." "It said all 4 houses made compelling cases," Harry said. "And then it asked me which one I thought was right." Neville stared at him. "And you said Gryffindor?" "Yes." "Because of the vault. Because of what Godric gave you." Harry looked at him. Neville had that quality of arriving at correct conclusions through genuine thought rather than exposition, and it was reliably satisfying. "Because of what he gave me," Harry agreed. "And because I've been afraid of things. I just decided they weren't more important than what I was doing." Neville nodded slowly. "I think I want to ask the hat something at some point." "Can you ask it things when it's not sorting?" "I don't see why not," Harry said. "It's been up there for 1,000 years. It probably appreciates the conversation." Hermione came in at 7:50 with her bag already fully organized and her timetable annotated, and sat across from them and said, without preamble, "I've been thinking about Quirrell." "Good morning to you too," Neville said. "Good morning." "Quirrell." Harry looked at her. "What have you got?" "The turban is a containment mechanism," she said. "The garlic theory is wrong because garlic repels certain classes of entity but has no structural containment properties. But a turban, specifically a fabric wrap with a complex, layered spatial interior, could contain a magical presence separate from the wearer if the fabric was prepared correctly." She put her notebook on the table, open to a diagram. "I found a reference in one of the Grimmauld library books. There's a category of possession magic that doesn't operate through full body control but through proximity parasitism. The host retains function but the parasite directs certain actions and draws on the host's magical energy." Harry looked at the diagram. It was, as usual, right. She'd arrived at the same conclusion he had through a completely different analytical route, which confirmed it in the way that 2 independent derivations confirming the same result confirmed things. "Yes," he said. "Voldemort," she said. The name didn't make her flinch. She'd made a deliberate choice about that in July, he remembered, after reading about the psychology of using someone's name rather than their title. "Or what's left of him." "A fragment," Harry said. Not a full soul. A piece. The Horcrux theory accounts for why it's a fragment rather than the whole. Neville had gone slightly pale but was listening with the focused attention of someone who had decided to be useful rather than frightened. What does he want? The stone, Harry said. The third-floor corridor. Dumbledore knows it's here and Voldemort knows it's here and Voldemort is working through Quirrell to get to it. He looked at them both. This is good information. We leave it for now. We leave it? Hermione said, with the specific tone of someone who had a strong counterargument prepared. We don't move on it yet, Harry said. Moving on it prematurely triggers a confrontation we're not ready for and tips Dumbledore that we know. Right now the most valuable thing is information. We watch Quirrell. We map what he's doing and when. We understand the stone's protection layers, which I've already started on. The castle gave me a partial read when I connected the detection ward, and when we have the full picture we decide what to do with it. Hermione pressed her mouth together in the way she did when she agreed with reasoning she didn't like. Timeline? She asked. Christmas at the earliest. He can't move until he understands the protections completely, and the protections are complex. We have time. And Dumbledore? Neville said. Is managing his own timeline, Harry said. Which intersects with ours but isn't the same thing. He folded his own notes and put them in his bag as the bell rang for first class. Transfiguration was first. McGonagall walked in at precisely 9 o'clock, put her bag on the desk, and turned into a cat without announcing she was going to. This was clearly designed to shock first-years into attentiveness, and it worked with most of them. Harry watched her transform with the genuine interest of someone who understood animagus theory but had never watched a registered animagus shift forms, noting the specific quality of the magic, not a spell applied to the body but a deeper shift, structural, the same class as the deep ward magic he'd been working with. She transformed back and looked at the class. Transfiguration, she said, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. She looked at Harry when she said this, briefly and specifically, in a way that she managed to make appear like general scanning. He thought, she knows I read the book. She's establishing what the class is for everyone else. Anyone who messes around in my class will leave and not return, she continued. You have been warned. She distributed matches. The goal was to turn them into needles. Most of the class spent the period failing entirely, which was entirely expected. The theory of transfiguration at this level required a kind of sustained, specific intent that took most people several weeks to develop. Harry looked at his match. He thought about Rowena's grammar theory, subject, intent, medium, outcome. The subject was wood and phosphorus, the intent was reshaping to steel with a specific geometry, the medium was the established transfiguration pathway, a wand was useful here for the conventional channel it provided, the outcome was a needle. He tapped his wand, the focus he'd carved from the apple tree had been replaced in August with a proper one, 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather, from Ollivander, who had looked at it for a long time before handing it over and said in a wondering voice that it was brother to one that had done great things, and thought the 4 elements simultaneously. The match became a needle. It took approximately 4 seconds. McGonagall came to his desk. She looked at the needle. She picked it up and examined it, turning it, checking the point and the eye and the specific uniformity of the shaft. She put it back down. Full marks, she said. And then she did something he hadn't expected, she pulled another match from her pocket and put it on the desk. Try a different form. He looked at the match. He thought about variations, a pin had different geometry than a needle, the manufacturing process was distinct, the end result had a different structural requirement. He ran through 3 variations and picked the most interesting one. A small silver crochet hook sat on the desk. McGonagall looked at it for a long time. Something moved in her expression that she controlled immediately and that he caught through Helga's lens as genuine surprise, not performed, real. She picked up the crochet hook. Stay after class, she said quietly. He nodded. Hermione had managed a partial transformation by the end of class. The match was metallic at one end and still wood at the other, which McGonagall called impressive for a first lesson. Neville hadn't moved the match physically but had made it grow, which technically violated the parameters of the exercise and also demonstrated exactly the kind of magical instinct Harry had been describing all summer. McGonagall looked at the sprouted match. Then at Neville. "Mr. Longbottom. This is transfiguration, not herbology." "I know," Neville said, with the honest directness he'd been building all summer. "But I could feel what it wanted to do, and the other thing, the needle, it wasn't what it wanted. So it became what it wanted instead." A pause. "It wanted to grow." "Yes. The wood is still alive, Professor. It has a biological intent." McGonagall looked at the sprouted match for a long moment. "I want you to see Professor Sprout this week," she said finally. "Tell her I sent you. And next class, Mr. Longbottom, we will practice redirecting biological intent, which is an advanced subdomain that you should not, by all accounts, be able to access in your first week." Neville looked at Harry. Harry looked back with the expression of someone who had said "I told you so" without using any of the words. After class, in the brief quiet of the Transfiguration classroom while students flooded the corridors, "You've been practicing," McGonagall said. "Not an accusation. An observation." "For years," Harry said. Wandlessly. "Mostly. I have a wand now. The holly and phoenix feather." She looked at his bag, where it rested. "Ollivander told the headmaster about it immediately." "I expected he would," Harry said. McGonagall sat on the edge of her desk, an informal posture that he understood was deliberate, a signal about the register of the conversation. "The headmaster is going to ask you to meet with him this week. You mentioned Harry." It was the first time she'd used his first name. He registered it as significant. "Whatever you know, about this year, about what's happening in this castle, I need you to understand that there are people here whose first concern is your actual well-being." He looked at her. Through Helga's lens, what he saw was unambiguous, not performance, not management. Genuine care, the specific kind that came from a person who had been watching a situation they couldn't fully act on and was identifying a moment where action was now possible. She'd been watching for a long time. She'd seen Dumbledore's chess playing. She'd seen the cost of it. And she was doing what good people did when they recognized an opportunity. She was offering, directly and without conditions. "I know," he said. "I'm glad you're here." She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, briskly, "The crochet hook was faultless. The transitions in the metal lattice were even in a way I don't expect from Newt students." "What are you studying beyond the curriculum?" "Rowena Ravenclaw's primary theory of magical grammar," Harry said. "And Helga Hufflepuff's application theory, and Godric Gryffindor's kinetic force principles, and Salazar Slytherin's, where," McGonagall said carefully, "are you getting primary founder texts?" Harry looked at her. She looked back. "One day," he said, "I'll explain everything. I promise you that. But not yet." She held the look for a moment and then stood, resuming the full professional posture. "Charms next," she said. "Flitwick will try not to fall off his chair when he sees your work. He'll fail." She was right about Flitwick. The tiny charms professor fell off his chair in the first class when Harry's Wingardium Leviosa sent the feather to the ceiling without a wobble, held it there for 30 seconds, and then brought it back down at a precise controlled speed. He climbed back up, adjusted his robes, and said, "Yes. Yes, I see," in the voice of someone adding rapidly to a running calculation. He kept Harry after class too, but his approach was different from McGonagall's. He asked technical questions with the barely contained enthusiasm of a genuine academic encountering something interesting, and Harry answered them honestly because Flitwick's interest was entirely scholarly and entirely benign, and there was nothing in his questions that required strategic management. By Wednesday, Harry had acquired 2 professors who were paying him the specific kind of attention that represented genuine engagement rather than surveillance. Snape arrived on Thursday. Potions in the dungeons, which smelled of ingredients and cold stone and something beneath that, the specific magical signature of a space where powerful magic had been practiced over long time, accumulating in the walls the way music accumulated in an instrument's wood. Snape walked in with the quality of someone filling a room, which was interesting because he was not large. He was tall and spare and wore black robes that moved with him with the specific elegance of someone who had decided long ago what they were and had arranged everything around that decision. He had the face of someone who was highly intelligent, who had been hurt by specific things and had made those hurts into weapons rather than vulnerabilities, and who was currently doing the precise professional task of looking at 31st years and identifying exactly who each of them was. His eyes went to Harry. Harry looked back. There was a pause, perhaps 2 seconds, in which Snape looked at him with the specific attention Harry had come to recognize as people updating their model, and then Snape began his speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion making, which Harry noted was actually a good description. Potions was exact in a way that most magical disciplines weren't. The chemistry was real, the timing was real, the interaction between ingredients was governed by principles that existed whether or not you believed in them, and mastery required the same kind of precise, structured thinking that Rowena's magical grammar required. He listened carefully. When the practical component began and Snape started asking questions, rapid, pointed, clearly designed to humiliate students who hadn't read the material, Harry listened to the questions with the interest of someone who enjoyed problems. Potter. Snape's voice was flat and carried all the warmth of the dungeon walls. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, Harry said. The interaction is endothermic if performed at standard temperature, which is why the ingredient addition sequence matters. Asphodel second in a wormwood infusion gives you a more stable draught than wormwood second, because the asphodel's proteins denature more evenly when the infusion is already at temperature. A pause. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Snape said. A goat's stomach, Harry said. Though the orientation of the stomach matters, bezoars from the greater curvature tend to have higher antivenin efficacy than those from the lesser, which the standard texts don't mention but which shows up clearly in the preparation literature. Snape looked at him. The dungeon was very quiet. What is the difference, Snape said, slower now, with the specific quality of someone who is no longer performing a rote exercise but is genuinely asking, between monkshood and wolfsbane? Nothing, Harry said. They're the same plant. Aconitum. The name difference is regional. The quiet extended. Snape moved on to Hermione, who answered the next 3 questions with the same ease, and then moved on to Neville, who froze briefly before Harry said, very quietly, hellebore syrup, and Neville said, smoothly, hellebore syrup, which is the additive that stabilizes the forgetfulness potion in humid conditions, and Snape's attention came back to Harry with the specific look of someone filing a behavior under a relevant category. He didn't penalize Harry for it. He did give Harry's potion, an excellent boil cure, because potions turned out to be extremely satisfying when you had the right theoretical framework, an assessment of adequate, with the tone of a man who had decided adequate was what he was offering regardless of the quality, which Harry noted without concern. Snape's approval was not a thing he needed. Understanding Snape was a thing he needed, and he was getting a clearer picture by the class. After students filed out, Snape said, without looking up from his desk, "Stay." Harry stayed. When the room was empty, Snape put down his quill and looked at him with the full, unguarded assessment he hadn't used in the full class. He said, "Your mother was exceptional at potions." Harry waited. "You have her precision," Snape said. It was not warm. It was not cold. It was the specific quality of a true statement being made by someone for whom making it cost something. The addition sequence observation. She made the same argument in her 6th year. She was right, Harry said. She was. A pause. You have her eyes. I've been told I have my father's face, Harry said. And my mother's eyes. Snape's expression did the thing that Helga's lens read as, a complex arrangement of grief and old resentment and genuine loss, compressed into something that looked from the outside like blankness. "Yes," he said. "Professor Snape," Harry said. He said it without any preamble, because preamble would have been wrong with this man. "I know you were a Death Eater and that you became a spy for Dumbledore and that you've been in Dumbledore's circle for a long time." He kept his voice entirely neutral, no accusation, no performance of it. "I know you're not a simple person and I'm not going to pretend you are. And I know my parents were complicated for you in different ways." He paused. "I'm not my parents. I'm not going to carry their dynamics for them. I'm going to make my own assessment of you based on what I see." Snape looked at him with an expression that Harry couldn't fully parse. It was one of the rare moments where Helga's lens and Salazar's analytical overlay and Rowena's structural reading all ran simultaneously and still didn't give him a complete picture, because Snape was genuinely complicated in a way that required more information than one conversation provided. "And what," Snape said, "do you see?" "Someone who is very good at their job," Harry said. "And who has been carrying something painful for a long time without much help." He paused. "That's what I see so far." Snape said nothing for long enough that the silence had a texture. "Then, go to your next class, Potter." Harry went. He thought, walking through the dungeon corridors toward herbology, not an ally yet. But not an enemy. And the distinction between those two things mattered enormously, and he'd moved Snape from one column into a third one, which was all he'd intended for today. The first flying lesson was on Friday afternoon. Madam Hooch on the lawn, broomsticks laid out, first years from Gryffindor and Slytherin arranged on either side. Harry looked at the broom on the grass at his feet and felt the faint magical resonance of it, a reasonable quality broom. The school-issue Nimbus 2000s were long gone and the current fleet was aging, but functional. "Up," he said. The broom snapped into his hand immediately, with the specific responsiveness of an object that recognized what it was for. Beside him, Hermione's broom wobbled its way up after a moment of concentration. Neville's went sideways and he caught it before it went fully horizontal. Around the class, the results ranged from snappy to stubborn. Madam Hooch walked the line, correcting grips, adjusting stances, doing the efficient job of someone who had been doing this for 30 years and could identify the correct adjustment for each student in about 5 seconds. She got to Harry, looked at his grip, looked at his stance, said, "Textbook," in the tone of someone who hadn't expected it and moved on. Then Madam Hooch did the push-off demonstration. And Harry pushed off and felt the broom take his weight and the wind find him and something opened in his chest that was not quite like anything the vault had given him, not magical in the rings and knowledge sense, but deeper and more physical, more immediate. He was flying. He'd known theoretically that he would enjoy it. He'd read about it, absorbed it through the accounts in the vault's peripheral historical records, understood the aerodynamics. None of it had prepared him for the actual sensation, the altitude, the cold air, the specific freedom of a three-dimensional world where the ground's rules didn't apply. He took the broom up to 15 feet and looked out over Hogwarts grounds, the lake glittering to the east, the forbidden forest dark to the northwest, the castle behind him vast and gold in the autumn light. He thought, oh. With the specific quality of encountering something you hadn't known you needed. "Potter," Madam Hooch called from the ground. "Come back down to the lesson height, please." He came back down, not reluctantly but with the specific patient awareness that the lesson mattered for everyone else even if it wasn't covering new ground for him. He came back to the hover height and did the exercises with the class and let Madam Hooch's instruction land where it was useful and filed the rest for when he'd be alone on the pitch at some point with no ceiling and more height to work with. Neville, who had got his broom under partial control, was managing a shaky but functional hover. Harry moved close to him and said, "Lo, the broom responds to intention more than grip. Let it feel where you want to go and grip for stability rather than direction." Neville adjusted. The hover smoothed out almost immediately. "How?" Neville said. "Helga's living system theory," Harry said. "Brooms are charmed to respond to biological intent. Same frequency as your plant affinity." Neville stared at him. Then he looked at the broom with the specific expression of someone seeing a familiar thing from a new angle. He rose 6 inches without appearing to try. Draco Malfoy, hovering on the other side of the line, had been watching. Harry caught the look and Malfoy looked away with the deliberate casualness of someone who hadn't been watching at all. Harry filed it. When Madame Hooch ended the lesson she kept Harry back as McGonagall and Flitwick had, but her request was simpler. Can you come early Tuesday? I'd like to see what you can actually do up there. Yes, Harry said. She nodded. Good. She looked at him with the clear-eyed directness of a former Quidditch professional who had been teaching long enough to know what she was seeing. The house team needs a seeker, she said. I'm informing you of this as a logistical fact, not a request. I'll try out, Harry said. You won't need to, she said. But for protocol. He walked back toward the castle and found Fred and George waiting at the entrance with the expressions of people who had been deployed to wait by a common purpose. Madame Hooch kept you after, Fred said. We watched from the window, George said. You were up there for 3 seconds before she called you back, Fred said, and even from 3 floors up you could see the form was completely ridiculous, George said. In the best possible way, Fred clarified. We're telling Oliver Wood, George said. You don't need to, Harry said. Hooch is all ready, we know, Fred said. We're telling him anyway because he's been in a state about the seeker position since July and it'll be an act of mercy. They fell into step beside him and the 3 of them went into the castle and Harry thought, walking through the entrance hall with the castle's warmth settling around him, yes, this is what it's supposed to be like. The Dumbledore meeting came on Sunday. A note via McGonagall, the headmaster would be glad to see you at 4 o'clock, if convenient. The phrasing was so scrupulously courteous that it conveyed the opposite of its surface meaning, which Harry noted and filed. He went at 4. The gargoyle, the moving staircase, the large circular office with the sleeping portraits and the instruments that made small sounds and the desk behind which Dumbledore sat with the specific quality of someone who had arranged themselves and the space around them with meticulous care that appeared to be casualness. Fawkes was on a perch to the left. Harry looked at the phoenix with genuine interest and Fawkes looked back with the specific attention of a creature that was very old and evaluated everything clearly. Fawkes trilled once, a single note that landed in the chest rather than the ears. Harry, Dumbledore said, warm and entire. Please sit down. Would you like a lemon drop? No thank you, Harry said, and sat. Dumbledore looked at him. Harry looked back. The blue eyes were doing their characteristic thing, the impression of seeing deeply, of perceiving more than the surface, and Harry noted, with the Rowena analytical overlay running, legilimency, passive, light. Not intrusive, just, listening at the door of his mind rather than opening it. He let the ward he'd built 3 weeks into having the ring connection active do its work. The legilimency probe met a surface that felt exactly like what Dumbledore expected, the ordinary surface of a well-prepared but essentially straightforward child, and slid off it without finding purchase. It's wonderful to have you at Hogwarts at last, Dumbledore said. I imagine arriving without your school letter was rather confusing. Not particularly, Harry said. Gringotts had confirmed my enrollment through the Lordship standing. A pause. The smallest possible pause, but real. Ah, Dumbledore said. You've been to Gringotts. Yes. Last year. When I needed access to my accounts. Your accounts. Dumbledore's expression was warm and still and entirely managed. I should have ensured you had access earlier. That's an oversight I regret. The standing order for withdrawals from my account has been cancelled, Harry said. Pleasantly, clearly, without edge. Just information. Dumbledore went very still. He recovered in approximately half a second, which was remarkable and also told Harry exactly what he needed to know. Dumbledore had not been certain Harry would find the withdrawals, and finding that Harry had found them was a recalibration event. I had hoped to explain those to you properly, Dumbledore said. The Order of the Phoenix required, operational funding, and your estate as your magical guardian, you weren't my magical guardian," Harry said. The appointment was never formally registered with the Wisengamot. It was assumed, not legal. Which is something Gringotts' legal team was quite specific about. "Harry, I'm not angry," Harry said. And he meant it, because anger would have been the wrong register. "I'm telling you what I know so that we can have an accurate conversation rather than one built around what you think I know." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "I think you're very good at conversations built around what you think people know." Dumbledore looked at him. For the first time, the warmth in his expression was not the managed warmth, it was the genuine kind, surprised out of him by something he hadn't expected, the way real feeling always was more visible than performed feeling. "You are," he said slowly, "remarkable." "I'm 10, Harry said. "Almost 11, Dumbledore said, with the ghost of a smile. "Yes," Harry agreed. "Almost 11. Dumbledore sat back. The rearrangement of his posture was very slight but Harry read it clearly, he was re-evaluating the terms of the conversation. The version he'd prepared for, the careful, gentle management of a boy who didn't know much, was not the conversation that was available, and he was too intelligent not to acknowledge this. "What would you like to discuss?" he said. "Voldemort," Harry said. Fawkes trilled again. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "What about him?" "He's in this castle," Harry said. Fragment of a soul, inhabiting a proximity parasite position on Professor Quirrell. "He's after the stone on the 3rd floor." He kept his voice entirely factual. "I know about the stone because the castle's ward system includes me now, which happened because of the ring connection, which I expect you've pieced together." The silence was long and specific. "I have," Dumbledore said. "Recently. The stone is protected," Harry said. "The protections are excellent, I've mapped them. He can't get to it without getting past several things that will take him significant time. We have until at least Christmas, probably spring." He looked at Dumbledore. "I'd like us to handle this together. With full information on both sides." "And if I prefer to handle it myself?" Dumbledore said. "Not aggressively. Genuinely." "Then I handle my part myself," Harry said. "And our timelines will cross at some point and the crossing will be less efficient than cooperation would be." He paused. "I'm not asking you to give up control. I'm telling you what I know and suggesting that knowing together is better than knowing separately." Dumbledore looked at his desk. His hands, which were folded on the surface, pressed together very slightly. Harry watched the genuine internal process, not calculation, this time, or not entirely. Something more like the painful recognition of someone who had operated alone for a very long time and was being offered something that scared them precisely because it was what they needed. "The prophecy," Dumbledore said. "I know about it," Harry said. "Not the exact wording, but the structure. The one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Born as the 7th month dies." He paused. "I know it's me." "It could be, Neville Longbottom," Harry said. "Yes. I've considered that. But Voldemort chose me, which is the relevant criterion, and that choice was made and it can't be unmade." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "So it's me. And I'd rather know everything about what that means than be managed toward a confrontation I can't see coming." A very long silence. Dumbledore said, "There are things, protective measures, that I have not yet discussed with anyone." "I know," Harry said. "When you're ready to discuss them, I'll listen. And I'll tell you what I know in return." Dumbledore looked at him with the specific quality of a very old, very intelligent man encountering the precise thing he had been afraid of and discovering that his fear and the reality were different shapes. "You found the vault," Dumbledore said. "Not a question." "Yes," Harry said. "At 6. "Yes. I buried those rings," Dumbledore said, "because I was afraid of what they would make you." "I know," Harry said. "You were wrong. But I understand why." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the expression there was not quite what Harry expected, not defensiveness, not anger. Something more honest than either. "What have they made you?" he said. Harry looked at him steadily. "Someone who is going to deal with Voldemort," he said. "And then with everything else. And who would like to do both without anyone getting hurt who doesn't have to be." The fire crackled. Fawkes sang one low note. Dumbledore said, "I have much to answer for." "Yes," Harry said. "But not today. Today I just wanted you to know who I am." He stood. "Thank you for the meeting, Headmaster." He walked to the door. Dumbledore said, behind him, quietly, "Your parents would be." "I know," Harry said. "Sirius tells me. Regularly." He went out. On the moving staircase going down, he let out a slow breath and felt the rings settle back into their resting warmth after the sustained attention of the meeting. He pressed his back against the stone wall of the staircase and looked at the ceiling. Not perfect. Not everything resolved. Dumbledore was not going to simply open all his files and stand aside. He was too much himself for that, too convinced that the steering was necessary even now. But the conversation had happened. Honestly, directly, with actual information on the table, which was more than Dumbledore had given anyone in years. The staircase carried him down. He went to find his friends. November arrived and with it Quidditch. Oliver Wood had, upon hearing from Fred and George, descended on Harry with the intensity of a person who had found a religious experience in a person-shaped vessel. The tryout was a formality. Harry went up on the pitch with a school broom in the early morning grey, and the snitch was released and Harry had it in his hand in 4 minutes, which Wood said was faster than he'd ever seen a first year, and then immediately corrected to faster than he'd ever seen anyone. First game of the season, Gryffindor vs Slytherin, second Saturday of November. The pitch was full in a way that the stands on an ordinary day weren't. Students in house colors, professors in their sections, and in the teachers' stands, Quirrell in his turban, and alongside him the sharp profile of Snape, who Harry had observed attending every Quidditch practice that Gryffindor had held, which was a behavior pattern he'd been watching for 3 weeks. He flew up to his seeker position and looked down at the pitch. He could feel Quirrell from here. The double magical signature, the host-parasite structure. The fragment that was not quite Voldemort was aware of him. He could feel that awareness, a cold specific attention that was older and darker than anything else in the stadium. He looked at the turban for exactly 1 second. Then he looked for the snitch. 18 minutes into the game he found it, a glint near the Slytherin goalposts, low and moving fast. He put the broom into a dive that pulled several gasps from the stands and felt the wind and the speed and the specific joy of this, of moving at full capacity in 3 dimensions. His broom jerked. Not turbulence. Not a mechanical fault. Something deliberate, a jink to the left, then right, with the specific quality of externally applied force interfering with the broom's natural response. He corrected with Godric's kinetic force principles, not fighting the interference but redirecting it, turning the energy of the interference into stabilization rather than opposition. The broom settled. He dove again. The interference came back, sharper this time. He looked at Snape in the stands. Snape was not doing what Harry had expected. He wasn't muttering, he was watching, very specifically, not the game but the interference affecting Harry's broom, with the expression of someone who was actively working to counteract something. He was not the source of the jinx. Harry looked at Quirrell. The turban was moving, a barely perceptible motion that corresponded exactly with the broom's interference rhythm. Of course. Not Snape. Quirrell. And Snape, who knew more about dark magic than almost anyone at Hogwarts, had identified it and was working a counter-jinx from the stands. Harry adjusted again, using the ring's ambient ward connection to the pitch's protective enchantments to create a buffer, not large, not visible, just a layer of deflection that made the broom's broomstick respond to him rather than the jinx. Like noise cancelling, directed specifically at the frequency of the interference. The broom became entirely his again. He went for the snitch. It was near the far end of the pitch, hovering 5 feet from the ground with the oblivious busyness of magical objects doing what they were made to do. He came in from above and angled the dive and reached out his right hand, and his fingers closed around something small and gold and frantically fluttering. He pulled up 6 inches from the ground. The stadium made the noise stadiums made when something definitive happened. He opened his hand and looked at the snitch. Then he looked at Quirrell's section of the stands. The turban was still. The interference had stopped, because there was nothing left to interfere with. But the cold awareness was there, the fragment of not quite Voldemort, reading him across the pitch, making its own calculations. Harry held its attention for one deliberate moment. Then he flew back to the ground and his team landed around him, and Wood was apparently crying, which Fred had warned him was a real possibility. He held the snitch in his closed hand and felt the rings warm and the castle warm and the evening coming down over the pitch in the long gold light of Scottish November, and he thought about the conversation in the circular office and the stone lid in the Desley garden and 6-year-old Harry pressing his palm to the earth and the earth pressing back. Almost 11. A lot done. More to do. He was ready for it. Chapter 8, The Vault Always Wins. Christmas came to Hogwarts the way it did everything, abundantly, without apology, with the specific excess of a castle that had been celebrating things for 1,000 years and had developed strong opinions about how celebrations should be done. The Great Hall grew 12 enormous Christmas trees overnight in early December. The staircases developed tinsel habits that no one had authorized. The suits of armor sang carols with the particular enthusiasm of objects that had been waiting a long time for permission. Most students went home for the holidays. Harry stayed. So did Hermione, who had extracted a promise from her parents that she could remain at Hogwarts for the full fortnight on the basis that she had approximately 400 pages of additional reading she couldn't accomplish at home. Her parents had agreed with the careful trust of people who had been revising their models consistently since September and were getting good at it. So did Neville, who had written to Augusta with the new directness he'd been building all term and told her, simply, that he wanted to stay, and Augusta had written back after 2 days with a letter that Harry hadn't seen but that made Neville fold it carefully and put it in his trunk with the expression of someone handling something valuable. Ron stayed, his family going to Romania to visit his Dragon Keeper brother, and he moved through the decorated castle with the comfortable ease of someone whose Hogwarts felt more like home than novel. The twins stayed and were, predictably, industrious. The castle emptied and became something different, quieter in population but more alive in character, as though it exhaled when the majority left and could be itself more fully. Harry walked the corridors in the early mornings and felt it breathing, the wardpole steady and familiar, and spent the quiet hours in the library with the books he'd been waiting all term to get to properly. He was working on the Horcrux problem. Hermione had the table covered in notes, her own and the relevant excerpts he'd copied from the vault's knowledge, which he'd been transcribing in careful sessions because the information was too important to keep only in his head and too sensitive to write all at once. The theory was solid. The practice was the problem. 6, Hermione said on the 3rd morning of the holiday, without looking up. She'd been working through the soul magic literature they'd brought from Grimmauld library, cross-referencing. At minimum, Harry said. The number itself matters to him. 7 total states including the fragment in his body, or what used to be his body. He'd want magical significance. The diary is the one we know about, she said. Salazar's chamber record mentions it specifically, a memory diary, created in the 1940s. When he was at Hogwarts, Neville said from across the table. He'd been listening with the focused quiet he brought to complex problems, not contributing to the theory but tracking it, which was its own kind of useful. Tom Riddle. He was here. He opened the Chamber of Secrets, Harry said. The diary is connected to that. It's why the mention is in the chamber records. The chamber itself is still sealed. The basilisk is still down there. Hermione looked up from her notes. We need to deal with that. Not today, Harry said. Not today, she agreed. But before someone else opens it. He nodded. The chamber was a contained problem, The entrance was sealed with Parseltongue and Voldemort's fragment was occupied with the stone, not with opening doors in girls' bathrooms. They had time. But she was right that it needed to be on the list, because a basilisk loose in a school was the kind of variable that made other plans irrelevant. He added it to the architecture. Neville said, the other Horcruxes. Do we know where any of them are? Guesses, Harry said. Educated ones. He'd have chosen objects with significance, his history, his obsession with the founders. He looked at Neville. One of them is probably something from Hufflepuff's collection. Another from Ravenclaw's. Slytherin's locket. There's a reference in the Black family records to a locket sold to someone called Burke that matches the description of Slytherin's historical personal effects. Neville was quiet for a moment. Something from Hufflepuff, he said. A cup, Harry said. The records describe it specifically. Gold, with a badger. It's in a vault somewhere. Almost certainly Gringotts, Harry said. High security. The Lestrange vault, by the Black family records, Bellatrix Lestrange was Voldemort's most trusted, she'd have been given something important to protect. Hermione had been writing all of this in the careful cipher she'd developed for sensitive notes, not impenetrable, but requiring specific contextual knowledge to decode. She put the pen down. We can't get into Gringotts vaults we don't have standing to access. Not yet, Harry said. And not by force. But the information about the vault isn't what I need right now. What I need is to know what they are and approximately where they are. We don't destroy them until we understand each one, and we don't understand them until we've done more research into the mechanics of the Horcrux structure. The destruction mechanism, Hermione said. She'd been thinking about this. He could tell from the specific way she held her pen when she was turning a problem over. Something that destroys the magical container at the soul level, not just physically. Basilisk venom, Harry said. Based on the theory. Something that destroys magical constructs at the foundational level. He paused. Fiend fire. Possibly. But that's dangerous enough that it's the last option. There might be others, Hermione said. I haven't finished the research. Finish it, Harry said. And Hermione, the diary specifically. If it's still in existence, it's probably in Lucius Malfoy's possession. She looked at him. Draco mentioned his father in September, Harry said. Twice. The way people mention parents who have opinions about everything. Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater who claimed Imperius after Voldemort fell. The diary would have been given to a trusted lieutenant before Voldemort's first fall, something to be preserved, kept safe, potentially used. Used how? Neville said. A memory diary that contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul, Harry said, could be used to possess someone. To reopen the chamber. To restore him, if conditions were right. He looked at the table. It's not sitting in a vault. It's in Malfoy Manor and it's active. Hermione wrote. Neville was quiet. So, Neville said after a moment. The stone here, tonight or soon. The diary at Malfoy Manor. A locket sold to someone called Burke. A cup in the Lestrange vault. 2 others unknown. And a fragment of his soul on Quirrell's head. That's where we are, Harry said. Right, Neville said. He looked at his hands, then at Harry, with the directness that had been growing steadily since July. What do we do about tonight? It was December 22nd, and the castle's detection ward Harry had layered into the existing enchantments over the past 3 months had been tracking Quirrell's movements with the specific patience of a ward that was waiting for a threshold to be crossed. On December 21st, at 11:47 in the evening, Quirrell had gone to the 3rd floor corridor and stood outside the locked door for 40 minutes before returning to his office. The ward had flagged it. Harry had been awake, had read the flag, and had understood what it meant. He was ready. The ward flagged Quirrell's movement at 11:15 on December 22nd. Harry was already dressed. He met Hermione and Neville in the common room. They'd been waiting, because he'd told them the night before that it was coming soon, and both of them had simply accepted this and prepared. Hermione had her bag. Neville had his wand in his hand with the calm, ready quality he'd been developing since August. Neither of them looked frightened. He looked at both of them. "You don't have to come," he said. Not to manage them, because it needed to be said clearly, one time, so that their choice was a real choice and not a default. "Obviously we're coming," Hermione said. "Yes," Neville said. He said it the way he said things he'd decided, solid, without performance. Harry nodded. "Then let's go." The third-floor corridor at midnight was cold and still. The locked door Quirrell had been observing was open, not broken, opened with skill, which meant either a key or a very good unlocking charm. Beyond it, the sound of breathing that was enormous and low. Fluffy was asleep. Something was playing music, faintly, from a source Harry couldn't immediately see, a small enchanted harp that was working its way through something slow and continuous. Quirrell had thought ahead. Harry looked at the trap door in the floor. Open. Already open. He looked at Hermione. She looked at the harp. "If the music stops," she said quietly, "Fluffy wakes." "Sustain it," Harry said. She was better than him at charm maintenance and she knew it. She moved to the harp and her wand moved in the small specific motions of charm work, weaving her own sustain into the music so that the original enchantment could be released. The harp slowed, stopped. The music continued from Hermione's charm, steady and warm. "Go," she said. "I'll follow when it's stable." Harry and Neville went down. The drop was longer than expected, which suggested the space below was magically extended. They landed in something soft, devil's snare, which Harry recognized from the warm biological signal of it, the plant's tendrils reaching immediately with the specific eagerness of a plant that had been fed its task and was enthusiastic about it. He felt Neville beside him go completely calm. "Neville," Harry said. "I've got it," Neville said, in the tone of someone who genuinely had it. The devil's snare loosened and released around both of them as though recognizing the specific warmth of Neville's biological magic, not retreating because of fire or light but because something in Neville's magical frequency said we are the same kind of thing, and the plant, which was after all a living system with intent, listened. They dropped the rest of the way to the floor. Hermione landed a moment later, the sustained charm she'd left on the harp apparently self-sufficient, or she'd decided the time was more critical than the margin. She looked at the devil's snare retreating to the walls and looked at Neville and said, "You told it to let go." "I asked it to," Neville said. "It's not the same thing." She looked at him for a moment, then wrote something in her notebook, which she was still carrying, which Harry found entirely characteristic. The protections were 7 layers. He'd mapped them through the Castle Ward connection, but mapping and navigating were different exercises. The flying keys were the 3rd layer, a room full of them, winged, circling, one of them the right one. Hermione identified the pattern in 45 seconds, which was less about the keys and more about the specific charm logic that governed which key was which, and Harry went up on the school broom that was in the room, caught the key in a clean controlled dive, and they were through. The chess room was the 4th layer and it was the one that gave them pause, not because the chess logic was difficult, chess logic was exactly Hermione's domain, but because the chess pieces were the size of statues and moved with an aggression that was specifically calibrated to injure. She worked out the solution in 3 minutes, and then she looked at the board and said, "Someone has to play." "Me," Neville said. Harry looked at him. "I can play chess," Neville said. "Gran taught me. And you two need to be functional for what's on the other side." "If a piece takes you," Harry started. "Then it takes me and I'll be okay," Neville said, with the steady unhurried courage of someone who had been practicing this specific quality since July. "I'm a Longbottom. We're difficult to actually break." Harry held his gaze for a moment. Then he nodded. Neville played chess against pieces the size of horses and did it with a calm, focused precision that meant he lost only 2 of his own and took a hit from a castle that sent him to his knee before he absorbed it and stood back up and finished the game. When the path cleared, Harry helped him up, his left side was going to bruise dramatically, but nothing was broken, and Hermione pressed her wand to it with the specific intent of Helga's healing principles, which Harry had spent 2 months teaching her, and the worst of the damage eased. "Thank you," Neville said. "Thank you," Harry said. They went on. Troll, already unconscious, which meant Quirrell had dealt with it before them, which saved time. The potions room, a logic puzzle with flames and bottles, which Hermione read in the time it took Harry to assess the room's other features, and correctly identified the correct bottle with the specific certainty of someone who had read every relevant text and also had good instincts about logic under pressure. "Only one person can go forward," she said, looking at the bottles. "The rest can go back." "All 3 of us go forward," Harry said. "The potion volume, there's 1 bottle that goes forward and 1 that goes back," Harry said. "We divide the forward one 3 ways. It won't take us to the other room, it'll get us through the door. Once we're through, the door's not the issue." She looked at the bottles again. Ran the logic. "It'll be a reduced effect. We might not make it fully through." "We'll make it through," Harry said, with the simple certainty of someone who had made a decision and was implementing it. She divided the bottle into 3 equal portions, with the precise movements of someone who had been doing potions seriously since September. Harry drank his 3rd. Neville drank his. Hermione drank hers, and her expression went through the specific phases of cold then determined that the potion produced. They went through the door. The last room was large and dark, lit by flames that burned without consuming, and the mirror of Eriste stood in its center. Quirrell stood before it. He was not performing the uncertainty Harry had seen in the classroom, the stammer, the nervousness, the careful performance of a shaky man dealing with dark memories. He stood before the mirror with the composed posture of someone who had set the performance aside because there was no one here to perform for. His hands were folded. His head was tilted toward the mirror with the intense focus of someone who had been looking for a long time and not yet found what they needed. Harry walked into the room. Quirrell turned. He looked at Harry. At Hermione and Neville behind him. At Harry again. And then the cold awareness that Harry had been reading since September made itself fully present, not behind the turban, not filtered through the proxy, but right there in the room, reading him with the complete attention of something that had been waiting to meet him properly. "The boy," Quirrell said, but the voice had changed, or rather, the voice beneath the voice had changed, the one that had been there since September in double register. It came forward now, thin and cold, with the specific quality of something that had been wrong for a very long time. "Remarkable. You're here yourself." "Yes," Harry said. He stopped in the center of the room, between the door and the mirror. "I've been watching you since September." Quirrell's head tilted. "We know," said the double voice. "The wards changed." "You changed them." "Yes." "You're not what Dumbledore told me you would be," the voice said, and there was something in it, not quite curiosity but adjacent to it, the specific interest of a very intelligent being encountering something it hadn't modeled correctly. He described a child. Preserved in ignorance. Kept small. "He tried," Harry said. "He didn't succeed." "No." A pause. "What are you?" "Lord of all 4 houses," Harry said. "Not as a boast. Just as information. The same way you'd answer any direct question. Heir to the combined knowledge of all 4 founders. And the person who is going to end this." The cold awareness moved through the room like a change in temperature. "You came for the stone," Quirrell said. Not the double voice now, his own, underneath the double, small and tired. Harry read the shape of Quirrell through Helga's lens and felt, beneath the possession, beneath the parasitism and the dark magic pressed into a host body like a nail through wood, a person who had started this journey with genuine intellectual curiosity and who was now too far in to find the way back. "I came to finish this," Harry said. "The stone is secondary." Hermione said, quietly behind him, "Harry." He knew what she was seeing. The mirror. It was pointing at him, or rather he was positioned now in its sightline, and the image in its surface was, he didn't look at it. He knew what it would show him, the deepest desire, the thing that the mirror found in you and reflected back. He knew, precisely, what his deepest desire was, and he was not going to be held by an image of it. He looked at Quirrell instead. "The stone," he said. "You can't get it from the mirror. The protection Dumbledore built is elegant, it gives the stone only to someone who wants to find it but not to use it. You want to use it. So the mirror won't give it to you." He paused. "But I don't want to use it either. So this is a problem for you regardless." Quirrell's body moved, a sharp, precise movement, wand raising, but Harry was already moving, the kinetic force principle running with the same automatic efficiency it had when he'd managed the broom jinx in November, reading the incoming spell and responding not with a counterspell but with a redirection, turning the energy of the incoming curse 45 degrees so it went into the wall behind him and left a scorch mark that smelled of sulfur. He didn't run backward. He moved forward. Quirrell looked at him with the specific surprise of someone who had expected retreat and gotten advance, and the cold awareness behind the host was recalculating, rapidly, the assumptions it had built its plan on. "You touch me," the double voice said. "You touch a possessed man to get to what's behind him." "I'm not trying to get to what's behind you," Harry said. He was 3 feet away now. "I'm trying to talk to you. Both of you." Quirrell's wand was still raised. The cold awareness was very still. "There's a version of this," Harry said, to the thing behind Quirrell's eyes, "where you get a body. Not this one is dying, you know that, the parasitism has been destroying it since summer and he doesn't have months left. But there's a version where we don't do this badly and people don't get hurt and you get to be whole again." He kept his voice level. "Not kind, the tone that Salazar's training said you used when speaking to something very intelligent and very dangerous. Precise. Specific. Offering something real. Or there's this version. Where you make a move and I make a counter move and eventually one of us wins and it's not you. You're 10 years old," the cold voice said. "Almost 11, Harry said, for the 3rd time this year, and something in the word almost must have landed differently than intended because the cold awareness flinched, not physically, Quirrell's body didn't move, but Harry felt it, a recoil in the magical frequency of the double presence, a recognition of something that connected the specific idea of a child who is almost but not quite what he will be with something that was personal rather than tactical. The prophecy. The awareness of Harry in terms of the prophecy. The flinch was the most important thing that had happened in the room so far. "You're afraid of me," Harry said. Not triumphant. Genuinely surprised by the clarity of the reading. "Not of what I can do. Of what I mean." Quirrell's body took a step back. "You chose me," Harry said. "When there were 2 possible children and you chose which one to mark, you chose me, and in choosing me you made me the one who could end this. And you know that. You've known it since October 31st, 1981. He looked at the thing in Quirrell's eyes with the full specific attention of everything he was, all 4 houses, all 45 rings, all 4 years of the vault's education, and underneath all of it, the 6-year-old who had pressed his hand to the earth and felt it press back. "You made me. And then you've spent 10 years afraid of what you made." The silence was absolute. Hermione and Neville were still behind him. He could feel them, Hermione's precise, controlled stillness and Neville's warm steadiness, and the awareness of them was part of the foundation he was standing on. The cold voice said, very quietly, "You cannot end this. I have made myself permanent." "The Horcruxes," Harry said. "Yes. That's what we're working on next." He met the awareness directly. "You're not permanent. You're just not finished yet." Quirrell's wand moved. Harry put his hand on Quirrell's wrist. The effect was immediate and specific and nothing he'd intended. Where his hand met Quirrell's skin, light, the same gold and silver that the vault had produced when the stone lid slid open, the combined resonance of all 4 houses channeled through 45 rings through one 11-year-old's palm, and Quirrell screamed. Not a spell. Not an attack. The proximity of Harry's concentrated magical field to the parasitic presence was simply incompatible in the way that certain things are simply incompatible, the way opposing magnetic fields cannot occupy the same space. The fragment of Voldemort's soul, pressed thin and weak by months of parasitism in a dying host, and the full combined force of the Founder's magic, expressed through a child who had spent 4 years learning what he was, they could not coexist. The scream was Quirrell. And beneath Quirrell's scream, something older and thinner and very far from human. Harry held on. He held on because Helga's knowledge said that protection required staying present with the thing you were protecting against, and because Godric's knowledge said that the cost of courage was accepting what the courage cost, and because Rowena's knowledge said that the specific mechanism of the incompatibility would resolve fully only if the contact was sustained long enough for the soul fragment to be expelled rather than just damaged, and because Salazar's knowledge said, finish what you start. He held on. The gold and silver light intensified and the cold awareness in Quirrell's eyes went through several things in rapid succession, rage, and then something that was almost desperation, and then something that was almost recognition, the specific recognition of something ancient meeting something equally ancient and understanding what the meeting meant. Then it left. Not destroyed. Harry understood this even as it happened. The soul fragment that had been in Quirrell's turban was expelled, not annihilated, because annihilating a Horcrux required a different mechanism than this. It fled, incorporeal, formless, in the direction of something distant and dark that Harry couldn't track from here. One fragment, heading back toward whatever anchor still held it. He could feel the others. Not clearly, not specifically. But the Horcrux structure had a resonance, a particular hum in the deep magic, and now that he'd felt one close up he understood the frequency. He could find them. He let go of Quirrell's wrist. Quirrell crumpled. Harry caught him, both hands, without thinking, the same reflex that caught things that were falling, and he held the man up and read him through Helga's lens. The damage was extensive. The months of parasitism had depleted him significantly, and the expulsion had been violent, and his body was, it was not good. But the man inside the body was still present, conscious, and the first thing Quirinus Quirrell said when he opened his eyes was, "It's gone." "Yes," Harry said. Quirrell looked at him with the specific wondering quality of someone who has just been freed from something that has owned them and is not entirely sure what freedom feels like yet. "I let it in," he said. I thought it would, I know," Harry said. He was still holding the man up. "We'll get you help. Hold on." He looked at Hermione. She had already done 3 things. She'd assessed Quirrell's condition with the trained eye of someone who'd been absorbing magical medical theory all term, she'd taken the notes she needed, and she'd sent a Patronus-adjacent signal charm toward the castle's ward system, which Harry had shown her how to do in October as a communication method that bypassed the standard monitoring. The castle would relay it to McGonagall. "For minutes," she said. "Good." Harry looked at Neville. Neville was looking at the mirror, which had moved to reflect the room rather than specifically any one person's desire. "It's just a mirror now," Neville said. "The stone?" Hermione asked. Harry walked to the mirror. He looked into it, allowed himself to look for the first time, because the threat was gone and Quirrell was being held by the castle's ambient support magic that Harry had shifted into the room via the ward connection, and now he could afford the moment. The mirror showed him something. Not his parents, not the simple version of the deepest desire. Something more specific and more current. It showed him, the 6 people he'd met in Diagon Alley, the 6 people who had written letters and shared tables and played chess against statues and held on through difficult things, all of them around a table in a place that felt like home, and the rings warm, and the castle warm, and Syria somewhere nearby, and the sense, the specific, unambiguous sense, of a future that was real and built and genuinely his. And in the mirror, in the reflection of his own hand, the stone appeared. It slid from the mirror surface into his palm with the quiet purposefulness of an object that understood where it was supposed to be, a small red stone that pulsed once, warm, like the vault's heartbeat. He looked at it. He put it in his pocket. McGonagall arrived in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. She came through the door and took in the room with the rapid assessment of someone who has been at Hogwarts for 32 years and has learned not to be surprised by what she finds in it, and the assessment this time took somewhat longer than usual. Quirrell on the floor, supported by a warm glow of ambient magic. Neville with his bruised side and his wand in his hand. Hermione with her notebook. Harry standing in front of the mirror of Eriste with his hands in his pockets. She looked at Harry. "He needs St. Mungo's," Harry said, indicating Quirrell. He was being used as a host for a magical parasite, a fragment of Voldemort's soul. The parasite has been expelled. The physical damage to him is significant. McGonagall absorbed this in the way she absorbed everything, fully, immediately, with the minimum possible delay between receipt and action. "Anyone else injured?" "Neville took a hit from a chess piece," Hermione said. "Left side. I've done first treatment but he should be seen." McGonagall came to Neville and examined his side with the swift professionalism of someone who had been the head of Gryffindor for a long time and had seen the inside of the hospital wing from this angle many times. "Hospital wing," she said. "Now." She looked at Harry. "You too?" "I'm fine," Harry said. She looked at him with the expression he'd come to understand was her specific version of, "This conversation is not over." "Hospital wing," she said again. "All of you. And Mr. Potter," she paused. "The headmaster needs to be informed." "I know," Harry said. "Tell him I'm available to talk. Tonight, if he wants." She looked at him for a long moment, one of those McGonagall silences that had more content than most people's speeches. "You knew," she said. "Not just tonight. You've known about this since September," Harry said. "And you didn't," she stopped. "You let it play out." "Until I had enough information to end it cleanly," Harry said. "Rather than disrupt it prematurely and drive it somewhere less visible." The silence in the room. McGonagall said, "Your father would have run straight into this corridor the night he noticed something was wrong." "I know," Harry said. "I'm told that about him regularly." "I'm not saying it as a criticism," she said, and there was something in her voice that was entirely real, entirely stripped of professional management. "I'm saying that whatever you are, whatever this is, she stopped. "Hospital wing," she finished, with the specific authority of someone who has decided that action is preferable to continuing to be overwhelmed in the mirror room. They went. Dumbledore arrived in the hospital wing at 1 a.m. Neville was being treated by Madame Pomfrey with the patient indignation of someone who did not see why a bruised rib required quite this much fussing. Hermione was asleep in the chair beside his bed, notebook on her lap, having held out through the hospital wing's arrival and Pomfrey's assessment and approximately 45 minutes of quiet conversation and then simply stopped being awake. Pomfrey had put a blanket over her and moved away with the specific tenderness of someone who recognized when a child was running on empty. Harry was sitting on his bed, untreated because he genuinely didn't need treating, with the stone in his hand and the rings warm and the castle warm and the long quiet of the hospital wing around him. Dumbledore sat in the chair beside his bed. He looked old tonight. Not in the way he usually looked, the distinguished, considered age of someone who wore it well, but in the way of someone who has been carrying things for a long time and has recently set some of them down and discovered that the setting down was its own kind of weight. He looked at the stone. "You'll give it to me," Harry said. It was not a question. "It should be destroyed," Dumbledore said. "Nicholas is, I spoke to him already. He has had a long life. He agrees." "Good," Harry said. He held the stone out. Dumbledore took it, and his hands around it had the quality of someone saying goodbye to something, which was what they were doing. "The fragment of soul that was expelled from Quirrell, it's gone to the nearest anchor. I don't know which one yet. I'll find it." "The Horcruxes," Dumbledore said. "I know what they are. Not all of them, not the last two. But enough." Harry looked at him. "This is the conversation where you tell me what you've been keeping, and I tell you what I know, and we work out what comes next. Together. The way I said in October. Dumbledore looked at the stone in his hands. I have not been entirely honest with you, he said. And then, almost to himself, with anyone. I know, Harry said. Start wherever you want. What followed was the longest conversation Harry had in his first year at Hogwarts, and afterward he thought that the quality that made it significant was not the information it contained, he'd known most of it, deduced the rest, but the fact that it was honest. Dumbledore spoke with the specific honesty of someone who had decided, finally, that he was done performing certainty he didn't have. He talked about the prophecy, the full wording. He talked about Snape and what had brought Snape to his side. He talked about his own fear, which was the thing he'd never admitted before, the thing underneath all the chess-playing and the management, that he was afraid of getting it wrong, and that fear had made him try to control everything, and controlling everything had cost things he hadn't intended it to cost. Harry listened. He didn't interrupt. He didn't strategize. He simply listened with the full, genuine attention that Helga's magic had made his natural mode, and at the end of it he said, "Thank you." Dumbledore looked at him. For what? For telling me the truth, Harry said. It's harder than it looks. Dumbledore's expression did something complicated and arrived somewhere that Harry thought, through Helga's lens, was the first unguarded thing he'd seen from the man, the specific, exhausted, genuine relief of someone who has been carrying a secret for decades and has just been given permission to put it down. I made a great many mistakes, Dumbledore said. With you specifically. Yes, Harry said. You did. He paused. But you're not still making them. That matters. You are. Dumbledore looked at him with the wondering quality of someone who keeps finding that reality exceeds their model of it. You are remarkable, Harry. I had good teachers, Harry said. 4 of them, actually. He looked at his hands, where the rings were visible, all 45, warm in the hospital wing's firelight. And good friends. And Sirius. And McGonagall. He looked up. And I think, going forward, you. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. I think so. Christmas morning came with snow. Harry woke early and went to the window and stood in the white light of Scottish December, watching the snow move across the grounds in long soft curtains. The lake was iron-gray. The forbidden forest was white-capped. The castle behind him was warm. He pressed his hand flat against the stone of the window-sill. The castle pulsed, once, slow and deep and entirely certain. He thought about the vault. The stone lid. The apple tree. Mrs. Figg's parlor in June, the Black family ring fierce and warm. Sirius at the kitchen table saying you look just like James. Hermione turning the book so he could see the page. Neville in a Bath bookshop reading about plants and being himself without permission yet. McGonagall inclining her head by exactly 3 degrees. Dumbledore's face when the Wisengamot ruled against him 4 times and the face he'd had last night in the hospital wing which was nothing like the first face. He thought about Quirrell in St. Mungo's, who would live, Pomfrey had confirmed it, damaged significantly and needing months of recovery but alive, and free, and himself again. He thought about 5 Horcruxes still in the world and the work ahead. He thought about a 10-year-old in a Privet Drive cupboard who had been told he was nothing by people who needed that to be true. He thought about the earth pressing back. Neville appeared beside him at the window, moving quietly in the way he'd always moved, the natural stillness that was not smallness but was simply the quality of someone who was comfortable not announcing themselves. He looked out at the snow. You know what comes next, Neville said. Yes, Harry said. Does it worry you? Harry thought about this honestly, the way the vault had taught him to think about things, not the answer that was reassuring but the answer that was real. Parts of it, he said. The parts one can't see yet. The pieces we haven't found. He paused. But not the work itself. The work is just work. Neville nodded. Hermione's already awake, he said. She's in the library. I think she spent Christmas morning in the library. Obviously, Harry said. We should go find her. Obviously, Neville agreed. They went. The library was warm and lit and Hermione was at their usual table with her notes already open and a cup of tea at her elbow and 3 books stacked with the precise alignment of someone who had been working for a while. She looked up when they came in. I've been thinking about the diary, she said. Malfoy Manor. If it's active, if it's already been given to someone to use, then we move that one up, Harry said. He sat across from her. Neville sat beside her. Show me what you've got. She turned the notebook toward him. He read. Outside, the snow kept falling on the castle that had been built by 4 people whose knowledge Harry carried, and the rings were warm, and the castle pulsed its deep familiar heartbeat, and somewhere in the world 5 objects held pieces of a fractured soul that was not permanent, that had never been permanent, had only believed itself to be, and Harry Potter, who was almost 11 years old and had been many things and would be more, looked at Hermione's notes and began to plan. The vault had given him everything he needed. He intended to use it.